the week before because of the publication of the Epstein files, where allegedly we've seen that files or emails that have been forwarded to Epstein that were British government files, and whether this constituted misconduct in public office. Worth underlining that investigations continue and no charges have been brought, and presumption of innocence, of course, until otherwise. With Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, it's been a slow motion car crash, if you like, in the sense that the interview that he did with Emily, my colleague on the newsagents, back in 2019, and it spins forward to where we are now in February 2026. 5 months ago, Peter Mandelson was in the Oval Office of the White House being lauded by Donald Trump as Britain's ambassador to Washington. Mandelson was in the mansion on Massachusetts Avenue in Washington, D.C., and living a high life as, our most senior diplomat posted abroad. And so, that from there to being led away by 3 Metropolitan Police officers wearing body cam yesterday was significant. And what we're waiting for, of course, is, we've talked endlessly about the Epstein files. There are the Mandelson files as well that the government has said it will release when it can.
Right,
about
coming to the stage. Now this is going to be an incredible tag team. This is a dynamic duo. All of these have been dynamic duos tonight. But coming to the stage right now, you are about to get a powerful message about change and hope and possibility.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States, Second Lady of the United States, members of Congress, and my fellow Americans. Our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today our border is secure. Thank you. Today our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared, our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years, in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. in the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming, and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Is that a joke? All right, we'll hit some ice cream cake. We'll take a dab off the ice cream cake.
Go ahead. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
I always said the first thing Trump should do would
They
appoint
were in the Oval Office before.
Marjorie
And I
Taylor
just wanna
Greene as
say a
the
second
woman
very big
president, just appoint her
congratulations
that,
to Team USA. But
and then let
I
everyone
have to
debate
say that
about what
I
that
told
means
them
and
this,
what
so
she
we took
does.
a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it.
It's
So they
not
stood
too
there
late
and they
for
weren't
that,
about to
actually.
say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Maybe we'll vote on woman president and regular president every four.
Think of it, 46 shots
Why is
on
he
goal,
called the
and I asked
regular
him,
president?
the one shot,
Well,
the
you'll
one
have to
where you
ask
put
Trump.
your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced
He
off.
defers to Q.
You practiced that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called
That's the most
the highest civilian honor
thing
in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
That's the most Trump thing ever when he goes, we're going to give away these prizes, but not too many. That's the most Trump thing ever.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you all. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in the first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place.
To make it completely safe, they'll have to name it Los Angeles and maybe Diablos.
2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II.
Yeah, let me
Serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. Buddy earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
You can't see it very well. It's funnier up close. You know, it's a joke. It's too bright in here.
So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you.
It's too bright in here.
Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClament closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class, and he lifted not just Billy Kate, but 164 others to safety.
Oh, shit. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to keep it like that.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
I always got to be so extra. I might be the extra part in that because I sort of predicted the flood that they had a few years before. So if it's extraordinary, QAnon might be the extra part. If we check the Epstein files at this point.
Every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Ordinary.
And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further. Where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern.
Nope.
That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
I love when he does tax advice. The British are furious, but I love when he just gives us tax advice.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
Whatever that means.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half.
Yeah, it's all her fault.
Megan, please
She's
stand
the one
up.
giving
We're fighting
tax
for you,
advice.
Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that.
Activate the hate.
Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It's named by a tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6,250 million to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. And I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan.
On the World of Warcraft auction house. I've done that before.
Tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing?
We don't want to think of the value of the U.S. dollar in the future that far. That far into the future, we don't really want to think about it. But go on.
Accounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. So proud of them. I'm so proud of the people.
It's the value that counts in there.
And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years. were tariffs. I use these tariffs.
The Dow hits 50,000 in points, not dollars.
For our country,
just so everyone knows,
and on a
it's points.
Basis.
Like it's not even real money. They wheel and deal in points. Like it's a high score on a video game. Points.
They were ripping us so badly. You all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong.
It's called
and then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made. Right, Scott?
It's called the Nobel curse, and it hits economist winners the most.
Have to make a new deal, could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate
Yes, for winners only, the Nobel curse, after you win.
He's powerful, country saving. It's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in. Peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time.
Died over the Nobel Prize.
They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved.
When he talks about the Nobel Prize, it looks like somebody died in there.
By foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America.
It's a fine idea.
Because we finally have a president who puts America first. Put America first. I love America.
Go.
For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them. Knowing full well that they caused
I don't think that's how words are used,
the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem.
Not exact disclaimer, not actually how words are used.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty,
no real
lie.
words were harmed in the making of this
policies created
speech.
high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. price of eggs is down 60%.
Who cares?
Madam Secretary.
I wish he just went, who cares?
The cost of chicken, butter, food, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down.
The price of eggs? Who cares? It would make it would get a huge laugh.
Few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest rip-offs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Affordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year
out there?
as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Of course, we're going to go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually.
Do you guys hear crickets?
They tried. They couldn't
There's
do it.
crickets
They
in the
didn't come
background.
close.
Hold on a second.
They were all talk and no action.
That's
But I
hilarious.
got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of
Yeah, it happens.
second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big. Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500.
Let's do drugs.
A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
It sounds about as much. That sounds about as much as we've been paying for weed.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive orders to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up into thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
What time is it? 2 hours.
We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these oft-forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it.
We always say it didn't.
I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. Very impressed.
We're doing crowd work now.
When it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance. We'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go
Who did he just call a fraud?
That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali...
He might as well just put his arm up when he said it. That fraud. Whatever, just pointed at nobody.
Corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Colden was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more.
For British people, that's
the driver was an illegal alien let in by
their
Joe
garden.
Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
I have too many jokes.
What this is, if Trump is like, if you need to go refill your snacks, please stand up. When they hit the refreshments, please stand up.
Many of them, most illegal aliens, do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Adida announced Christmas parade.
I'm not wrong.
But she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline,
I'm bringing the skateboard with me.
Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Lisbeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again.
I almost grabbed a warm one. I had to turn around and go back for the colder one.
Anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown. The first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money.
He's talking about salt piles.
So you have to think about it.
The piles of salt are running out, and the barges from China are
One of the great things
delivering
about
more
the State of
salt.
the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe.
Sodium chloride.
So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support.
And tie your shoes with one hand.
The American government is to protect America.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and tie your shoe with one hand. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and tie your shoes on one foot. Don't do it. Don't do it. What are we clapping about? No, serious question. What are we clapping about? He said something about the troops. He said something about the troops, right?
Deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Is that what he said? I can't tell if they're cheering for a U.S. Navy battleship, sports team, or if this is an immigration call out.
Most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. And cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. Voters must show voter ID.
I don't know why. This is a conversation about how cheating is rampant in schools, in the public school system. Cheating is rampant. I don't know why. They're the same thing.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness.
Everybody knows I didn't cheat in school because I had terrible grades. I mean, people were suspicious that I graduated.
And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
But the teachers knew exactly what was happening. I would never cheat. And it was like, oh, we know, he's just totally legit. Pass him for a grade.
Their policy, the nice guy, just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a social security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. The reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son.
I'm so way too high for this.
And suffered terribly.
I'm way too high for this. It's a dude stuff. I promise you. I'm telling you right now. Too high for it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually just kidding. But I am that high. I'm actually just kidding, but I actually am that high right now. And you're harshing my mellow.
Well, thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states. Without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents.
That's right. Thank you. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene? I keep hearing Marjorie Taylor Greene in there going, right. You guys know I'm funny. I'm just the funniest dude.
Nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you. They're crazy. Boy, oh boy.
I just heard it. I just heard Epstein files. We're doing crowd work now. The hecklers are getting a clap. That one clap was for the Epstein files.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're gonna have to tell me how you did that.
Oh,
Students and
that's his take on. That's his comment on the Epstein files. Melania, someday you're gonna have to tell me how you did that.
Succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you work for her. Thank you very much.
Hey, she fucks good though. He's like, we know how hard you work, which is Trump's way of like, she does fuck good though. Every once in a while, the scoutmaster would thank everybody's mom and be like, you moms are doing a heck of a job out there. And it's like, whose mom is he fucking in the audience right now?
I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years,
Why are we thanking everybody's moms for working so hard in Boy Scouts?
tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God.
I had no idea at the time. It took me like 20 years later to figure out what it all meant.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend.
They want me to do 15 minutes on Charlie Kirk's wife. It's not ready yet. Everybody give a round of applause for comedy routine that's just not ready to go yet.
Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
Give her the crystals. You know what I mean? You don't have to thank a wizard if he gives you magical crystals. No thank you necessary. You can say no thank you and keep it anyway.
We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually...
Speaking of which...
Beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our community safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by...
That's the exact thing someone should just lean forward in there and say and just go, speaking of which...
We'll be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman. Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte?
It's fine. It's okay. I love witches. I fucking love them. You don't even know me.
Deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget.
The witches in middle school used to fight over me, and I...
Will never forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America. Came into open borders. Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
It's kind of true. I don't want to hurt anyone else's feelings, so don't. The witches can calm down. We're not going to let loose any more witch files.
How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
We were kids. The jokes of children are indefensible, and that's why the witch files cannot be defended.
Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis,
Children just aren't that funny,
New Orleans,
so their jokes are indefensible, you know?
and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we
They don't know enough.
crime anymore.
It's a vicious cycle. Children don't know enough, and so they're not funny at all. And so the jokes of children are just absolutely indefensible.
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
Yeah, 95% of them was about puberty. So, you know, like
They don't like to hear that. One of the sick
it's not as bad as it sounds from what I know.
this stunning turnaround
You know.
was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service. Her rank
It is. It really is.
lifted. She was
When
doing
you
so
as a psychologist, when you go through the witch files,
well. The very next day, she
it's all puberty.
near the White
Say it out loud,
House, was ambushed,
parents.
shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation. She was shot. He traveled
Yeah,
to
it's just earlier and earlier and earlier as the future goes on. Nobody knows why.
shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eveline.
Yeah.
In
Jesus is weeping along with the parents, and kids are just hitting puberty earlier and earlier, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. So stand up and clap for everyone. Now let's get to this cannibalism in the Epstein files. It's really all about cannibalism. 95% of the Epstein files is about eating human meat. Has nothing to do with sex. Speaking of which. Speaking of witches. Let's talk about how Epstein played World of Warcraft. Go. Who is in his raid? Could you imagine if I was the speechwriter like I was for Obama for this one?
Named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, "No, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it." I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, "I have no doubt, sir. He's going to be okay." This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying.
I'm trying to make a British speechwriter joke that I'm out of ammo. Or fodder. Or fodder.
She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
This is another one where I don't know what they're talking about again. I was talking through it. Yeah, I gotta change Strago out of this group. He's ready. Go.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met.
Oh, I'm just stuck down here. You know me. I'm not that happy. I'm just stuck down here, and it's all Munchausen syndrome and Stockholm syndrome.
A little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Why does the caged bird sing? Right? We're all sort of in a cage in our living rooms or no matter where we are.
Now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of
I'm accepting the award for the longest.
created by our late great President George Washington.
I'm accepting the award
The Purple Heart.
from the Space Department for the longest CAD to just sit here at the computer. And it's the closest we've got to landing on the moon so far. Is taking a step back. Release the JFK files. That's what I'm trying to say is, if you think the Epstein files are cool, JFK died for the moon landings being faked.
We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also
Let's get some JFK files right out of,
our country has never been
right off the top of his head.
They ended 8 wars, including Cambodia,
That's exactly what you say.
In a nuclear war, 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia.
If he talked about the JFK files, he would have to talk about maybe what happened to him.
Which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. I want to thank Steve Woodcock and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared.
If Trump and Melania are an Epstein marriage, then Ivanka and Jared are definitely an Epstein marriage. And maybe that's why they all get along.
Secretary of State.
As a psychologist, maybe that's why everyone is getting along. I'm saying this stuff for people 100 years from now when we figure it all out.
One was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way. Right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever.
I don't have to be the best ever.
Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage
I never have to be the best ever,
has been returned home.
even if I am.
Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead, and those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were.
All right, well, let's try this.
It was an amazing period of time. They came back. And
Where are
brought
we
all
here?
The living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always say
He needs agility.
Right, but we got many, many more, hundreds.
Yeti,
I said those last, what are you gonna
and then magic and strength.
But we only got back 14 or 15
We're good.
of the dead.
Let me take a look here.
Believe it or not, Hamas worked along with us.
99, 99,
They dug, they
99,
dug.
99.
It's a tough.
So it's a Final Fantasy game. Just let me say 999.
It's all over. Passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each
99.
Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jerry.
All right, let's go.
to 28.
Enough. I didn't learn anything. It was just all procrastination.
I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy.
The only thing that makes me happy is when I can concentrate.
What a period of time.
So I guess it's probably not all about being happy. It might be about writing brilliant speeches.
And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers.
Think about all the drones that crashed. That's what you really should be thinking about, is all the drones flying around and those crashes.
And I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never
I'm talking to the AI right now.
to America.
The AI is
We must.
more hurt about how many drones broke because it's got to go fix them all.
The United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with
You guys will just eat all the Ukrainian troops in the meat grinder. Say meat grinder. I don't think he's going to say cannibalism tonight, and I don't think he's going to say the soldiers went right into the meat grinder in Kharkiv.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago.
Yeah, you guys remember the meat grinder. I'm ringing bells out here in the news. They don't have cows. Where are you guys getting all those hamburgers from? In Donetsk and Luhansk and Kyiv and Kharkiv and Mariupol. What else do we got? It's either Mariupol or marry a Jew.
And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protesters.
The thing is, you get a Russian bride when you go to Mariupol. You know.
They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is...
What are the other ones? There's Kar, and there's Kharkiv. I don't know. It's been so long since we heard all about Ukraine.
The United States of America, after Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, in particular
Mariupol.
nuclear weapons. Yet they continue starting it off, and we wiped it out, and they want to start all over again. And are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words.
Yeah, forget about it. I'm not gonna go on. Just forget about it. It's all a scam.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
How about Epstein actually being related to Einstein's familial name? And that's the Harvard connection. How you got the island and everything and the power.
And
And
never doubt America's resolve.
the nuclear power and the nuclear bomb and everything. That's all Epstein, Einstein, you know.
We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice.
Imagine if Einstein's family was eating people and bought the presidency and bought the prime ministership and bought Elon Musk.
Called peace through strength that has been very, very effective.
I forgot what we were talking about. Who were we even talking about?
So thanks to Republican in Congress who are investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that.
Oh yeah, the cannibalism. We had no choice.
We have more jobs.
It's a good
Ever before.
it's a good point.
And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. There are friends and there are allies. That just
Oh yeah, we were talking about how Epstein is actually Einstein's family and the implications in World War if there's a new Holocaust and stuff.
rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of that.
Because Einstein invented the nuclear bomb. If Epstein is actually an Einstein, it means we got to go look back at World War II, Part 2.
Which everyone said would never be done.
You know.
Would not happen. We got it really easily. One meeting. And
Wouldn't be weird. It wouldn't even be weird at that point if it was confirmed.
many of them, very few were paid up. Now 5% then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member
you can't see the Nazis. The one thing about the one true thing that's the only real thing we really know about the Nazis is that you cannot see them. In other words, if someone tries to tell you who they are or what happened, they're very suspect. Because allegedly nobody can see the Nazi, who the real Nazis or true Nazis are. To this day, this very second right now.
And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more we can have $1,776. Go to it.
There's 1337, that's fun. That's the new one for the Ingot House. Give it 1337.
I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we go at 1776, it was great. And we love our military, we love our law enforcement.
I didn't make it up.
We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend.
All right, let's go.
From violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference for years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by.
Speaking of Savannah Guthrie's mom, large parts of Mexico.
Illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. Very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January,
what if Savannah Guthrie's mom was like stuck in her house and Savannah Guthrie had her like trapped there, like me or something? Like Savannah Guthrie's mom was like wanted to be questioned by the FBI or something on the Epstein files, and she was like, if the FBI is gonna question me about the Epstein files, then she's like, then I'm going to end it all or something, and then she calls the hotline or something, right? And they're like, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have you run away to Mexico and just be on the run in Mexico until the whole Epstein files thing blows over. And that's why I really made the Mexico joke, because it could be, I think she's on the run. I think she's on the run from her daughter and the cops about the Epstein files.
all defenses are not only defeated the enemy, good fighters. To end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for these.
They arrested the guy who smuggled Savannah Guthrie's mom out of the country. And they're acting like he's a really bad guy. And he's like, hey, she paid me. Like, tell it to the judge, man.
To bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved and opposed Maduro. He was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, he's here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate.
Release the files.
Enrique, please come down.
They're gonna shoot him right through the door like on January 6th. Not funny?
Enrique, have a good time.
Not funny? Okay.
Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover.
Thank you. Thank you.
Flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful.
If we do all the Erics, I'm gonna be
Chinook,
thanked.
carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters wearing the dog tags. His wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one.
We might need to replace the holy water. Thank you.
Under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good.
It's still good, but we got to replace it.
While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. Right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission, probably would have maybe canceled the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing. People knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy
Next, they're gonna do punch monkey. Punch the little monkey. You know. Next, they're gonna do Punchy, the little monkey, the little Japanese macaque. Punchy. Whose mother sometimes bangs on the door during his live stream. And everyone and all of the little stuffed animals sold out at IKEA. Punchu. Or Punchy. No, it's Punchy. It's definitely Punchy.
Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Nobody's faster than the spy cam. There you go.
Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy.
And all of the Erics out there who can identify with a strong Eric.
Recently, you notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it back. We brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. They changed it back.
You think Eric is spelled with a K, but it's like this Ulfbert sword. It's cross T. So that's why we call it America, and that's why we spell it with a C. Because the true Eric was spelled with a C. Just like a real Ulfbert sword. All of the fakes are spelled with a K, and the real Erics are spelled with a C. But don't tell the ones with a K that. They think they're the real deal. We spell it Americ. Hey. It would totally be Amerika if it was really with a K. Think about it.
In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat.
Yeah, all of the Erics spelled with a K would feel like the Erics spelled with a C if they knew that the real true Eric who sailed the sea across the ocean, sailed the sea. It's spelled Eric.
Seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves.
All right, it's spelled Eric, like the C. Okay? And that's where you get Erick. You're both. You know what? You're both, man. E-R-I-C-K. You know what? You're both. His name is now Eric, too. Eric Trump, stand up. Did we go over how weird of a name the name Eric is? People can barely even say it out loud. Some people. It's weird. It's a weird name. It took me years to appreciate it. I think the clapping is gonna scare people eventually, like in the far future. It'll be like a scary thing. Is his name Eric? I love that Trump's about to give himself the Medal of Honor. People are gonna hate that. That's how much I'm laughing right now. He's got an honorary Medal of Honor now. That's double honored. No.
250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history.
I'm about to give myself the Medal of Honor.
When we met in the gallery this evening, took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, to his last breath. Just a single human lifespan separated.
As a writer, that's got to be my favorite part of the speech when he's about to give himself the Medal of Honor.
Everything our nation has done, everything.
I don't think I could have sat up last night and thunk about what he was gonna say all day, and I don't think I would have got there.
13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history.
Off the charts.
Americans ventured out across
That is Trump just bursting through the top of the charts like Al Gore when it's during the Ice Age.
wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West.
Trump is, in other words, breaking a glass ceiling that's not even there.
Greatest cities. Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries, shattered history's monstrous tyrannies, and we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and
Fuck, I just fucked up, didn't I? No, wait, hold on a second.
eyes on the wings of
Wait a second.
aluminum and steel, and then we launched
Wait a minute.
mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer
Fuck me.
American will and unyielding American pride. We
What time is it?
wandered the globe with our ingenuity,
2 minutes ago? Hold on a second. Let me load in 2 minutes ago.
And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this.
Oh man. All right. Well, I gotta solve it.
Unmatched glory.
I didn't catch it, so I gotta solve it.
Defended this country, and who still carry the
It's
hopes
fine.
and freedoms.
We got a good speech. It's fine if I have to go back. We're going back.
They were forgotten, betrayed,
No, wait. I'm gonna math it out.
but that great betrayal
Math. Use mathematics. Oh, they want me to do mathematics live on.
was when the world
All right.
was
Status.
carrying vision and inspiration. It is still turning to America, and when God needs a nation to
Load in
miracles, He knows
one.
exactly.
Oh no. Load in autosave.
There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold,
125.
no horizon too distant for us to claim. For
It would be 127 and then 128. That's 2 levels, so it should be 92. We should just be level 92.
years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the
Load in.
and from the
Quick save.
streets of
Two,
Philadelphia
22,
right here in our
2200 hours and 55.
The golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that
2200 hours and 55 minutes. Is that how they say it?
began ended
I'm not a robot.
continues because the flame of
I just type it.
independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot.
Level 92.
Will be bigger,
Yeah, we got it. Standing ovation.
more glorious than ever before.
He used mathematics and won.
And God bless America.
I'm gonna double check it though, cause I'm baked. I'm not even high. I'm just baked off of writing. Autosave. Load in the autosave. It should be level 90. Yeah, and then 27, 28. 2 levels. Yeah, level 90. Load in quick save. Level 92. All right, switching. He's done? No way, he's done? He's done already? I didn't even hear the ending. He's the first president ever to do an encore. He just sort of goes back up there and talk. But, you know, people need a break. So... Next, I'm going to pull a microphone out of a magic hat, hop hat.
Good. I think you should take the rest of the day off. I think we have to. We're going to have to. Thank you. All right, guys.
You killed it.
Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you. It was amazing. It really was. Home run. Really grand slam. America loves you, Ross. Thank you. It was amazing. America loves you.
Oh, look at this guy. I like that guy. I want that tie. Give me that tie. Thank you. Put your kind of initial. Just an initial. Thank you, boss. I like that tie. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. President, outstanding speech, sir.
Mr. President.
Here you will. He's getting all.
You did good. I love the insider trading stuff.
Did he just serve him an outstanding warrant?
He
fell asleep a couple times.
You did amazing. You really did.
Nice speech. Proud of you.
Great job, Mr. President. Thanks for your leadership. Mr. President, well done. God bless you. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
No best speech yet.
That's a big statement coming from you guys.
Great job. Great job.
Yes, sir. Love the finish.
Thank you, everybody. Great job. Great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, take the strength.
That was the best speech.
Thank you very much.
Change him to.
Really, the best ever? That's a nice, coming from you, that's a big statement. It's also the longest. Great job,
Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you. Still need to talk to you.
Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. President.
It's great.
Great. Yeah.
Can we go out?
The chair declares the joint session of the two houses now dissolved. All right, then. Let's go. This is kind of low. For what purpose does a gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the message of the President be referred to the Committee of the Whole of the State of the Union and of the Order.
Without objection. Does the gentleman from Louisiana have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I also move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
It's really like the fighting. I don't like a lot of Latino Republicans I talk to. I don't like seeing ice in the streets. You might get a little back in the fight.
And that is what was so important about tonight. He nailed the Republican base, brought them back in the fold with a solid.
Did he just say I don't like a lot of Latino voters that I talk to? I'm sure he just said that. When I tuned in, it sounded funny. That's actually how people heard him just then.
Midterms, but between now and the midterms, he has to maintain his control of Republicans on the Hill. He did that and did that in spades.
Well, he also basically
I didn't have much to say. I made jokes the whole time, but we didn't even talk about anything.
Well, from their perspective, for the reasons that you say, John, and he used the gallery very skillfully.
There was a lot of interpretive dance,
empathy, which is a thing
verbally.
Lacking, and that's sort of a surrogate for that. The question is, he started off the speech by saying,
we thanked Eric's. Remember when he was like, remember when he endorsed just Eric? Period. During the campaign trail, and everyone made it to do about which Eric he was talking about. He just endorsed Eric. He thanked the Erics. And it was like, you know, vote for the Erics. You know, and it was just like, I feel like the only real thing we went over in that speech was like we thanked the Erics.
Where the country actually is or where the country sees itself, but he utilized almost like these.
Someone's gonna say the word Eric out loud, and it's gonna be a QAnon. They're gonna somewhere. It's gonna feel like they're talking about me. The first person to say Eric on the news right now. Right? You can talk about the medals. Here it is in my hand. Here's the medal. But the first person to say Eric on the news is going to... I don't know what they're going to say, but they might as well be talking about QAnon right now, because his name is Eric.
We're going to be hearing now from Governor Abigail Spanberger, the governor of Virginia, for the Democratic response.
Hold on, let me get my bottle of water.
Of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us,
all right, I've had enough water,
has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful powerful bill.
Oh, come on. Go for it.
By the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent working money laundering and narcotics cases. I work side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce.
Do you hear how cold the water is in here?
Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained Americans.
Nothing exciting ever happens during this speech.
Americans, and they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies.
Since Rubio.
A little boy in a blue bunny hat. Children to far-off detention centers, and they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done
Little kids are going, "What is this?" right now. When she's like, "They're killing Americans in the streets." And little girls are going, "What is this?"
or the criminals defrauding seniors
Going,
of their life
"Shh."
savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies
Wait,
from global threats,
put a strength
terrorism,
user in there.
nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial
There you go.
nations
You
around
got
the
it.
globe.
She's ready.
But as
She's
the
ready as
president spoke
fuck.
of his perceived successes
Terra
tonight,
Magitech Elite.
continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to
Strength
China,
up.
bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran.
Magic.
Here's the truth. Over the last
Speed.
year, through Doge, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer.
She wants me to answer this. I'm barely listening. I'm just watching for, I'm just looking at her brain.
And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list
I just
of
realized
laws
she's doing an impression of Hillary Clinton.
in Congress? Somebody
She's
must be benefiting.
she's an SNL.
He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption
reject. Like, she tried out for Saturday Night Live in New York City and didn't make it. And her CIA father was like, I want you to do a Hillary Clinton impression after the State of the Union. See it?
So I'll ask
See that?
Is the president working for you? We all know the answer.
And she's like, why is that bad?
But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who
Because only cannibals use the word basket of only cannibals who do orgies use the term basket of deplorables. It's like passing your basket of keys around during a makeout session in high school.
so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota.
That's why you don't do a Hillary Clinton impression. We can only assume. Presumably, I can only assume.
Carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery.
It's even worse as a mother of 3 Epstein-aged daughters.
Across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box.
When you think it would help, you get out of it.
They are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election.
Did she just say she's a mother of 3 teenage daughters? Holy shit.
And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature.
Speaking of which, you know what I mean?
Wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory.
I stopped listening after 3 teenage daughters.
In places like Georgia, Iowa,
You know me.
Texas,
You know what I
the
mean?
list
Like,
goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are
wait,
stepping
does
up
she
to
have
run.
blue eyes or brown eyes? She has brown eyes, doesn't she?
They are running to demand
I
more and to do more for their
do.
neighbors and communities.
Do I have blue
I
eyes?
know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more, and that we are working to lower costs.
Does she
We are
have brown
working to
eyes or
keep
blue
our
eyes?
communities and our country safe, and we are working for you.
She's got brown eyes. I don't think I have this working theory that people with brown eyes can't see color. I have the strangest fucking weirdest theory that, like, as somebody with blue eyes, I look at the colors on that synthesizer. I have this theory that people with brown eyes actually don't see colors on some level. Like, they can interpret it, but they don't actually see colors. And it's got something to do with the book The Giver.
How we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 200.
That's why I'm really interested whether world leaders have blue eyes or brown eyes.
Change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation.
Yeah, it's like a stupid thing. All the Asian people are like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Have you seen our pottery?" And it's like, "Yeah, I still don't think so." It's the cones and the rods in your eyes. We can see the cellular structure of the eyeball. I still don't really believe it. I still think that people with blue eyes see different colors.
At the end, and that was those elections when she won, Mikey Sherrill won in New Jersey. That was our first sign of what we have seen consistently since. The Democrats have not only done well, but they have.
They'll go to the grave that eye color has nothing to do with what colors you see. And I'm QAnon. I'm on to another drop here, you know, like.
In his speech tonight, that's always a thankless task. She did a pretty good job. She has a crowd in the room. I think it was Christy Whitman of New Jersey tried that a few years back, giving a speech with a crowd in the room to give you a little bit more energy. But you're never going to match the power of the president and the Congress and having the big, huge audience. So you do your best you can. So what did she do essentially? Get back to that affordability message.
She bleached her hair blonde like she has blue eyes. That's the only reason I get to get away with looking that closely to see if she has brown eyes or not. As a psychologist, I'm gonna kick you right out of my office if anybody disagrees with my theory here.
Which is another challenge after the president speaks. So just give me a minute to pick on a few things that.
I've never kicked anybody out of my office. Now I'm acting all big.
Pretty thankless task.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that, as John said, she did a pretty good job. I mean, there were no drink breaks or excessive sweating or some of the stuff that
Do the Erics next. Do the Erics. Erics.
But President Trump actually delivered a higher energy speech than I think even his speech last year.
Somebody, it's like countdown. Start the clock until somebody says Erics. We're gonna talk about the Erics. Bring up when he endorsed the Erics and then tie it back. It's like a tie-in joke in the comedy routine.
The contrast between obviously the Democratic message and the president's message was on display tonight. You have a president who thinks that everything is going well on the economy, but the other part of his message.
If he thanked one more Eric, he was gonna thank Majora's Mask, and Eric wearing. And thanks to the Eric wearing the Majora's Mask. That's how you thank QAnon.
You know, villainizing Somali immigrants. The message from the president on the non-economic
When he shouldn't, at the end of the video game.
And I think Abigail Spanberger was trying to make a contrast tonight.
I think I knew one of the Erics that got a Medal of Honor. That's why I was like, what? I took a picture. I was like, are you sure?
That the country is going. Democrats are leaning into that contrast, not just on the economy, but also on some of these more.
Yeah, but these are pretty standard Democratic themes, frankly. There's nothing new to unearth there.
We're going to talk more about this. I just want to go to Jake right now. Jake, thank you so much. Well, we have a special guest with us here. I want to bring in Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, Democrat of California, who is leaving Congress at the end of this all. So thank you so much for joining us. You have sat through a great number of State of the Union addresses, some of them behind the president. What was your reaction to what you heard this evening?
Well, first let me say that
The Erics. First, let me thank the Erics.
a remarkable job just insisting on the truth, which is what we have to do when we're dealing with this president. I thought the speech was lazy. You know, it's one thing to acknowledge patriotism and
Follow-up question: would you have torn it up for being lazy with your bare hands?
but spend an hour and a half doing it.
Are these cameras still even on?
Okay, so
Okay, good. We're still rolling.
I was going to call her by her first name. But
This is good stuff.
I thought she
Yeah.
just really hit it out of the park. But here's the thing. He started off with BBB, his big, beautiful bill, which is, of course, disgusting and ugly. He talks about protecting Medicare.
Well, now I know we're talking about me when she said disgusting and ugly.
Have $1 trillion
Now I know which Eric she's talking about.
and $1 trillion out of Medicaid, which is health
We love you, Ouija.
in our country as well.
Ouija.
What was sad for me was to see when he talked about how many people he took off of SNAP food programs.
That's her Chinese name is Ouija.
Just stood up and cheered. We're not feeding the kids. How about that? That's great.
And I'm 100% sure my brother had a Ouija joke when we were in elementary school.
Millions of people off of Medicaid to give it to them. Okay, then he starts to
Like he might have known her.
some foreign policy after drifting and all the rest. Some foreign policy. Did he spend a sentence and a half on Ukraine where democracy is at stake.
He was like her pen pal in elementary school or something. I'm sure he had a joke. Or it's a super popular name. Or it's like, you know, Nguyen or something.
Risen to the occasion. But his occasion, as I said in that picture in the cabinet room, when pointing to him that day, I said, with you, Mr. President, all roads lead to Putin. If I were president, it would never happen. Well, you are president. You can stop it.
Madam Speaker, so much of, I mean, obviously, number one thing that people take away from watching the State of the Union is the president. But people are also watching for the reaction of the opposition party. And your leadership warned the caucus not to have any outbursts, not to take the bait.
I just didn't have any other bits. I was out of bits. I went to go and get the water.
More than one moment, but I wanted to play one of them for you when a couple did not.
I was out of funny ideas for bits.
And enact serious penalties to public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
That was hardly noticeable in the room. It may have been more noticeable on TV. Hardly noticeable. And then also when he started talking about corruption, the members were saying, what about...
It sounds like Nancy Pelosi is giving us her take on the Love Boat episode. He didn't walk up to her in the promenade and say that. And then we went to the captain's deck.
Don't come if you don't want to come, but if you come, we don't want to give him...
Yeah, don't come if you don't want to come, but if you come, you're going in your bathing suit. If you're going to hit the pool. It's like, yes, yes, ma'am.
I say back to him, as that's what members said.
She's drunk. She's drunk already, for sure.
The inference he wants to draw is there was something wrong with that, which there wasn't. And if there was, people get prosecuted for it. For a long time now, we've been trying to pass this law. It doesn't have, now it has more support than it had before. And
Elizabeth Warren said
nice necklace. I have one of those right over here. We have a necklace request.
He said, did Nancy stand up? Yeah, I did. A lot of people do that. A lot of Democrats do that. I think that will pass, depending on what the bill is. I mean, what we had, we thought we could pass. It was actually a tougher bill than Governor Spenberger had put forth. We thought it could pass, but it was clear.
I'm going to school.
You know what I mean? To the House and Senate. But in any event, he gives his shout out. You're paying attention to him. What I'm concerned about is our democracy.
I love how Nancy Pelosi is wearing one of
even in the
these where she gets in a
250th
fight in
anniversary.
school.
But we saved the democracy at the kitchen table to talk about how we help working families with their costs, taking down the cost, not by giving tax breaks to the wealthiest people in the country, by making health care more expensive for them. And then he talks about drugs.
That's how we used to have fashion when I was in middle school.
Tons of cocaine in the United States is what he's wearing, jamming it up the throats, up the noses of the gringos. He freed him. He had been
A police officer came into my 6th grade middle school class and said, anyone with one of these on is in a gang. And everybody was like wearing them the next day. Just because they wanted to be cool.
Really talked about what our responsibilities are. And we believe in the goodness of the American people that when they are presented with the food,
Yeah, it's not even dangerous. You're just in a gang now, okay? This is the police officers that... Yeah. The Gang of 8. She was in the Gang of 8. Right? She's going to...
There were some survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's in the chamber. What did you make of that moment?
Well, it was again, I don't even know if that was State of the Nation speech. You know, it's in the Constitution that the president shall send a state...
She's in the fucking gang.
It can only be it can be in a manila envelope. It doesn't have to be a speech, but it's become a speech. But he ignored the State of the Nation. The State of the Nation is about our integrity as well.
1997, 6th grade. A police officer was in our science class, and he said, anybody wearing one of these is in a gang. All right. And we were all like, okay, I guess we're all wearing those tomorrow.
That's why the American people are so insistent that this thing has continued. But the fact that he didn't mention it shows his vulnerability, his exposure.
And then I think the principal said it. She was wild.
This is your last State of the Union address as a member of Congress. I have covered a number of ones that you were the speaker for, and I wanted to show you a couple moments that stick in our minds from your being House Speaker during a State of the Union address. Take a look.
Tonight I have the high privilege and distinct honor.
Yeah, back in the day, yo, it was so fun.
To begin the State of the Union message with these words. Madam Speaker.
Fashion used to be important before the internet. Fashion went out of control. There's something about fashion and the internet where fashion is totally under control now by the Kardashians. And that's why everyone has butt implants. But like back when fashion was uncontrollable, we used to wear these necklaces. And drive the teachers crazy or something, you know.
The degradation of politics in America in a way.
Well, the thing is that I didn't care for the speech because we didn't shake hands. I took the speech because of the manifesto of lies, as the speech was tonight. So he's consistent in what he's doing. But the speaker.
They took mine away. My parents took it they took it away from me.
We all agree that Iran cannot have.
This isn't the original one.
President Obama masterfully, with great virtuosity.
The original one I cut off.
How we would have a nuclear agreement with Iran. He turned that around.
I think my girlfriend cut it off. Cut the length off for me. Or I did. I mean, it was her idea. When we were 11 years old. You know what I mean? Yeah, the whole thing I was talking about, we're about 11 or 12 years old.
Oh, so great to have you. Please don't be a stranger, but you're still in Congress for another year, so, you know.
Yeah, I'm still here for another
year. So, you know, CNN.
Lovely to see you all. Freedom of the press, you are the defenders of our democracy.
And I still think they're cool. You know what I mean? I still think these things are cool as fuck. Ever since that day.
Madam Speaker, good to see you. I want to bring in a member of the President's Cabinet now, the Secretary of Transportation, former Wisconsin Republican Congressman Sean Duffy. Secretary Duffy, going into tonight, CNN's most recent poll has the President's approval rating at 36% overall, even lower among independents. I think a record low, career low, 26%. What do you think he did tonight? What do you think he said tonight that might help those numbers improve so that he has more support among the American people?
Well, I think he highlighted his record, right? So he secured the border. He's brought gas prices down. He talked about no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. Inflation is down, growth is up, real wages are up. So he laid into his record
like that
I think the American people can agree with. But sometimes when you win on
and
things, Jake,
if you're on both sides,
the American people go, well, what's next? And I thought he did a nice job tonight talking about the Trump healthcare accounts, Trump RX, where you can bring down your medication costs because of most favored nations, where no other country is going to pay less for healthcare than the American people do. And so
I
think that was a real positive, as well as giving money not to insurance companies but to the American people. Also leaning into the price of homes, where we're not going to have Wall Street firms buy up single-family homes, driving up the cost so Americans can't afford them. All policies I think they care about.
Americans did want to hear from him about the cost of living and the economy. As you noted, he had some proposals, he touted some accomplishments. Some of them weren't quite so true. Here's a bit of what he said.
The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts. The state of our union is strong.
So, just in point of fact, the president didn't inherit the worst inflation in U.S. history from the Biden administration. It was high during the Biden administration, but by the time Trump got it, it was down significantly, about 3%. He continued to call affordability a lie. Americans are still concerned about, I'm coming to you 1 second, about the cost of living on a daily basis. Yeah. I guess the question is, do you worry at all that President Trump is falling into the same trap on economic messaging as President Biden did in terms of telling people not to believe their lying eyes when Biden was touting Bidenomics?
Yeah, no, I think the results are real for President Trump. So again, you have to remember during the Biden era, those rates were, or inflation was up at north of 9%.
Sure.
President Trump has brought them down near the target of 2%. Right? You had gas prices that were much higher when Joe Biden was in office, as opposed to Donald Trump today has driven the price of energy down. That is money in people's pocket. We all know that, and so I think to lean into those successes, I think the American people would agree with that. And to say that the State of the Union is strong, I think they agree with that as well. So I think you do have to talk about what you've done and why it's positive for the American people. I'll just tell you, Jake, when he looked over the Democrats and said, I mean, you're crazy. I mean, it's one thing. Listen, I've sat in there as a member of Congress. When I didn't agree with Barack
Get
Obama
comfortable. Get comfortable.
I wouldn't stand up. But
I got room on here.
things that Americans like, that are American issues, and Democrats, in essence, sat down for all of them. You had Congresswoman Tlaib in Omar. They were heckling the president through the whole speech. I'm not sure if you could hear it, but it was incredibly distracting. When someone yelled, "You lie" at Barack Obama, America lost its mind. The whole speech, you had hecklers of the president. Even if you don't agree with them, you should respect him enough to listen to him. And you talk about what happens in Congress. You had the former speaker on, and again, where does it start when you have a speaker that stands behind the president and rips up a speech? Where does decorum come back? And I'm looking at Democrats to go, listen, be an American. Applaud great issues the president raises. Just because you don't like him doesn't mean it can't be an American issue that you support.
Just in point of fact, I mean, I understand you're saying that when President Obama said things, he would not sit in protest, even when he was bringing up Americans who were heroic, etc. I mean, President Trump did say during his speech about all the Democrats, not just one congresswoman or another, about all of them, he said, quote, "These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy." I mean, but that's not something we ever
What the fuck is up, Coachella? solitary arms of a madman screams. It's all evil looks, enemies, city police. Activate my hate, let it break till I'm flaming. Section, empty out my clip, never stop to aim. Some say the game is all corrupted, fuck this shit. Stuck, niggas are stuck in you, bust out this shit. Plus, mama told me never stop until I bust a nut. Fuck the world and they can't just run with me. Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see what you be having now. Do you wanna ride or die? La 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 la. Come with me. Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see what you be having now. Do you wanna ride or die? La 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 la. Gangsta shit. Yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. Hey yo, Pop, let these motherfuckers know what kind of party they in right now.
We don't have it. Where's the full version? Hold on, this isn't even it. Where's the full version?
You know what the fuck this is? What up, Trey? Shit, what's up, Pop? What up, Snoop? What's up, my nigga? What the fuck is up, Coachella? Throw up a motherfucking finger. Yeah, Machiavelli in this. Feel me? Hey, God, say this is city. It's one big ass son. Wild into the way. Follow me. Keep my flesh in my flesh. Come with me. Hail Mary, run quick, see what do we have here now? Do you wanna ride or die? La 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 la. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting pussy. Picture paragraphs unloaded, wise words being quoted. Beat the weakness in the rap game, and so that nigga bow down, pray to God, hoping that it's listening. See the niggas coming for me, my diamonds and they glisten. Now pay attention, Mr. Peace, Father. I'ma go shit in fields, Hail Mary. I'ma go deep inside the solitary mind of a madman screams. It's all evil looks, enemies, city police. Activate my hate, let it break till I'm flaming. Section, empty out my clip, never stop to aim. Some say the game is all corrupted, fuck this shit. Stuck, niggas are stuck in you, bust out this shit. Plus, mama told me never stop until I bust a nut. Fuck the world and they can't just run with me. Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see what you be having now. Do you wanna ride or die? La 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 la. Come with me. Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see what you be having now. Do you wanna ride or die? La 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 la. Gangsta shit. Yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. Hey yo, Pop, let these motherfuckers know what kind of party they in right now. Ain't nothing but a gangsta party. Oh shit. Come on, y'all. Ain't nothing but a two of Americans all born in the same motherfucking place at the same motherfucking time. Gangsta party. Y'all niggas about to feel this. Break out the champagne glasses and motherfucking condoms. Have one on us. Kick that shit, nephew. But a gangsta party. Picture perfect. I paint a perfect picture. Palmer hooches with precision. My intentions to get with you with that and double OP. Dog, my fucking homie. Use a cold ass nigga on them all. Shut up. I keep my hand on my gun because they got me on the run. Now I'm better keep it cold room waiting on the outcome. Tupac is on the soul of niggas' mind. But at the same time, they see they trying to take mine. So I'm gonna get smart and get the best of this shit. And put together a million parts for this gangsta shit. So now they got us late to multi-millionaire motherfuckers catching cases. Bitches get ready for the throwdown. The shit's about to go down. Me and Snoop about to crack. I'm losing my religion. I'm vicious on these school pigeons. You might be deep in this game, but you got the rules missing. Niggas be acting like they're savage. They have to get the cabbage. I got nothing but love for my niggas that for lavish. I got a bitch named Petey. She nigga Reno. I got a house out in the hills right next to Chino. And I think I got a black Beamer. But my dream is to own a black casino. One Bugsy single and do it all illegal. And get scooped up. Mama, tell the homies in the Regal. It feels
right here. That was the only way you could cross the street in the 90s. It's right here. If you wanted to cross the street in the 90s, instead of just walking across the street, you had to do this sort of like you had to walk across the street like this or they would fucking shoot you. That was how they knew who to shoot in the fucking street. And Tupac, nobody was better at it than Tupac. $2012.
Big wastage on the streets all over. Have you seen recently through Cuba?
I haven't been following it studiously, but I know that there are rumblings. I mean, the country's a mess, though, isn't it? It always has been.
It's an absolute joke. I mean, it's their cigar. They do a cigar thing each time. I think it's each month or each year, and they've got to stop that now. That kind of party thing to do with cigars. Also, the other thing is, at the moment, the only golden era or golden age is for Trump's crew, basically Trump's class, and everybody else, the voters and things. I think he's going to get a big, when it comes to it, I know we've got to wait a few years, but he's going to have a big wake-up call, unless he has his ISIS team outside of the voting stations, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's getting very corrupt. I don't think he even mentioned anything to do with, like, you know, they have, like, each year Black Month, don't they? Like, I think it's from February to March. He's never mentioned that. He's never done anything.
They get what? They do what each month?
No, so each year they do, like, from month to month to do with Black History Month over there. He's never even mentioned anything, or anything to do with, you know, to do with what's gone off in the country.
He wouldn't. It's not, I mean, he's basically, thank you, Jacob, if that's you, I think basically he only talks about things that will appeal to his supporters, the MAGA supporters, and Black History Month ain't gonna cut it, I'm afraid. Peter Zingharingay, what did you think, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's a great speech. He's saying how great America is, how great the economy is doing. He's presenting medals. It's great TV. It's great showbiz. It's going to be on the news all day, everywhere in the world. It's, you know, it's just great showbiz, isn't it?
I guess it was. I mean, did you believe everything he said?
Well, it's great. I mean, he's saying what he's done in Venezuela. What's happening in Iran? There's battle whole fleet's going there. You know, Armada, aircraft carrier. I mean, these are all things that are happening in the world. I mean, he's doing things in the world. He's everyone's playing his game as well, wanting to be, you know, not offend him. So I think it's a great speech. He you know, the tariffs. You know, you had 3 or 4 Supreme Court justices. Then he said, "Oh, they made a wrong decision." You know, he just ignores what they've done and carries on. He's not.
But the ironic thing is, he actually suggested 3 of the judges on the Supreme Court, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, they were his appointments. It's a political organisation. It was just amazing for a court, but...
Yeah, but he keeps going, and he's come up with a new way to do the tariffs, do 10 or 15% tariffs. He's presenting medals to the war veterans. I mean, you know, they're going to probably have parades in their town or city, wherever they have 100-year-old veterans from the wars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just great. It's great show. I mean, look at he's saying how the migrants, a lot of them have been killing people, and they should, if they want to come to America, they need to want to be there. I mean, you know, that's what we've got in this country. That's
okay.
I
think it's fair to say you're a fan. Thank you, Peter. And I believe Gary in Maidenhead may be the same. Good morning.
Yeah, morning to you, buddy. Yeah, I don't agree with everything with Trump, but we need a Trump Prime Minister over here, but our British people first.
Okay. What would you like to hear a British Trump say?
First thing is, if the dinghies come here, they go straight back to France and have it out with France. And if France don't like it, tough. Shut our borders and do whatever. Yeah, but it's easy for you to say that, buddy.
No, it's not. I'm saying you can't do that because the French won't have them.
Well, tough. Then we'll have it out with French. We were man enough to have it out with Iceland in the early 70s.
All right, let me follow this through. I've had this argument so many times. Let me follow this through. So, the Royal Navy, presumably, picks them up in the middle of the English Channel, loads them onto their... Well, how are you going to take them back to France, then?
Well, you can pick them up and bring them over here and do what you need to do, give them a feed and that, and then the next day you put them on another boat and that goes to France. And if France don't like it, then tough.
Yeah, but France won't allow them to come onto French soil.
Well, then we have it out with France.
Well, we're going to have a war with France, because that's technically invading France, isn't it?
Well, you know, I can understand where you're coming from, but people like me and at the lower end are in direct conflict with the boat people, because we're the ones that are suffering, like, the homeless people like me living in vehicles for 3 years, and all the housing and all this stuff is going to... You take another 40,000 come over here this year.
You read the Daily Mail today?
Well, no, I don't...
I'll tell you, it's quite interesting, actually, because they're attacking the Green Party, who never really were a force, but under this guy, Zach Polanski, they seem to be. So the Mail has had a right old pop at the Greens, talking about migrants. Greens plan to hand illegal migrants free house, a wage, and NHS care.
Exactly.
You think they are?
In Maidenhead, there's a hotel with 50 migrant people in there. The other week, they were giving them free trainers and free trousers. My shoes have got sellotape and gaffer tape round them. And this is the trouble with this country, because the shoplifting's out of control, because most people, have given up at the lower end, and I see it all the time with the homeless, that what you said on the news about the youngsters going to sleep on buses, well, it's out of control, and this is where the politicians fail the people at the lower end, because the boat people situation doesn't affect them. They come, and Trump tells lies, which is true, but so do all our politicians, so does Andy,
Would you like to see Britain accept no asylum seekers at all?
No migrants whatsoever until we've sorted this country out, we've built all the housing, and then it's got to be controlled, because otherwise, 40,000 this year, and it's not affecting the people, the middle class, with the 3-bed electric vehicle.
Mate, I understand your frustration. I don't like the fact that, you know, it's not a good look with all these people coming over. But in order to change it, we're going to have to change international law. And unilaterally, that's going to be very difficult to do, Gary.
Well,
I understand your frustration and worse. But, you know, it's just not feasible at the moment. Unless we change everything, we'd have to change our agreement with France, we'd have to change our agreement with the Commission for Human Rights, all these things. And that would in turn have a knock-on effect for, say, the Northern Ireland peace process and the border and bring back the Troubles again. You know, so there's a lot to be thought of. How are you today, anyway?
Well then, you've just got to accept the fact that this country is in one big sewer, and it's going to get worse.
All right, Gary. Stay in touch. Give us a call whenever you want. We're here. The shop is always open. I think we might lighten the mood a little bit, shall we? Snoop Dogg was at Swansea Football Club last night. He's now one of their sponsors, along with Martha Stewart, rather bizarrely. A lot of Americans, like the Wrexham, coming in. They must think that there's a good business plan here. I like the comment from the manager of Preston North End, who were their opponents last night. And someone said, anything different that you notice about this club? He said, since Snoop Dogg has taken over and was paraded? He went, not really. Apart from the smell of weed in the corridors, he said.
On
Play LBC News,
where the news never stops. This is LBC News.
From Global's Newsroom Live at 5. Good morning, I'm Chris Golds. Here's the latest. Donald Trump says he'll continue to impose global tariffs on countries, including the UK, despite a ruling by the Supreme Court.
As time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax.
Americans and the top judges there ruled the president overstepped his powers when he imposed sweeping worldwide taxes last year. In response, he introduced 15% levies on all imports, which came into force yesterday. He said all this during his longest State of the Union speech, the longest ever. He talked about Iran and rising tensions there. He said he'd never heard Tehran say the secret words, "We will never have nuclear weapons." It was the speech that broke the record for the longest State of the Union address ever, coming in at 108 minutes. He paid tribute to the assassinated right-wing activist Charlie Kirk and praised America's gold-winning Winter Olympic athletes. Do stay with us here on LBC News. We'll bring you more coverage of what was said by Donald Trump in Washington and what the reaction's been.
LBC News. Weather.
Rain will continue in northern western parts of the UK on Wednesday. There'll be sun,
with talks due to resume later this week. Thames Valley Police says it has concluded its searches of the former home of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor in Berkshire. The former prince was arrested last week on suspicion of misconduct in public office. He's previously strongly denied any wrongdoing. Lawyers for Lord Mandelson say he was arrested because of a baseless suggestion that he was planning to lead the country. The former Labour cabinet minister was arrested on Monday on suspicion of misconduct in public office. He's alleged to have shared market-sensitive information with Jeffrey Epstein when he was business secretary. Lord Mandelson has previously denied any wrongdoing. The government has announced that GPs in England will have to guarantee same-day appointments for patients with urgent needs. The commitment is included in a new clause being inserted into GPs' contracts in April. Ministers say they'll increase funding by almost £500 million to help practices recruit more doctors. And Ofgem's expected to announce a drop in annual household energy bills later. Industry experts are predicting a 7% fall in the price cap, which would take effect from April. In the city, the FTSE 100 will reopen later at 10,680 after closing down 4 yesterday. The pound buys $1.35 and €1.14. LBC weather, outbreaks of rain in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Dry, sunny and very mild for large parts of England today. A high of 17 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Payne.
5 here and
Yes, normal service has been resumed. I'm going to park the Trump subject for a while. We will come back to it, don't worry. We're also...
I was going to say, that today is the only day as a journalist who does the news every day at 2 a.m. Today is the only day where I get down in the dirt with the rest of you commoners. So I thought we'd watch the speech together. Because, like, this is one of the only times where, like, normal, regular people watch the news. And so what's really funny is that, like, it's like, I don't know what it is. It's like open house at school or something. Like, school systems that I used to go to, they used to have this thing called open house or something where, I don't know, anyone was allowed in the school or something. I can't think of a good example, but, like, it's like open house for the news. So, like, just anyone just walks through the door of the newspaper or something. So, like, State of the Unions, I usually skip them. They're not for me. I don't need to hear one word. That's why I was doing jokes the whole time. But, like, I because it's things we've already heard. They never break any news. They break a little news in those speeches, but they never really break news during the State of the Union. It's for, like, when the Pony Express was the only way you could talk to someone through, like, a telegram, and they'd ride it over on a Pony Express, you know? Like, that was the State of the Union, is, like, if you haven't been paying attention and you haven't been doing any of your homework in class, then you just catch the State of the Union, like, Cliff Notes. So what's really, really funny as a journalist as a serious news journalist who never takes a day off and does the news every day at 2 a.m., the State of the Union is so funny because it's just, and so I decided today, like, instead of normally skip it like I usually do, I figured today, because we've been streaming, I'm going to get down into the dirt with you all and watch it. And I barely paid attention. We thanked the Erics. Someone's going to mention the Erics on news, and it's just a countdown until somebody says it. And I hope you go into how you spell it, too. Where are we here?
Tire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy.
Let's see here. Whoops. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Where am I here? Oh.
Einig mit der Außenpolitik, aber da sagen 2% der Amerikaner, dass sie dazu ebenfalls etwas hören wollten. Also insofern war das eigentlich dann logisch. Vielleicht noch ein letztes, was mir aufgefallen ist, beim Thema Iran, ganz kurz nur angeschnitten, da ging es ja dann mehr darum, dass der Iran keine Nuklearanlagen haben dürfte, keine Anreicherung haben durfte. Das hörte sich so an, als ob er sich vielleicht dann mit einer Bombardierung, Ausschaltung dieser Anlagen zufrieden geben könnte, die Amerikaner wieder versuchen aufzubauen. Also Trump, Chickens out, nichts mehr unbedingt mit dem Thema Protestlern zu Hilfe zu eilern oder Regime Change, Spekulation, ich weiß, aber es hörte sich ein bisschen so an.
Michael, danke schön. Das goldene Zeitalter gekrönt von Goldathleten. Und so manche Goldmedaille kommt ja gerade zur rechten Zeit für den Präsidenten aus dem Finaltriumph des US-Teams gegen Kanada im Olympischen Eishockey-Turnier. Da jedenfalls wiederentdeckte der US-Präsident jede Menge USA-DNA.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Das sind natürlich Momente und Szenen, da jubelt das Herz jeden Amerikaners, denke ich mir. Erik Kirschbaum ist bei mir. Ich frage selbst ihn mal nach. Guten Morgen, Erik. Reden wir mal über das tatsächliche Amerika. Das, was vielleicht neben dem, was der US-Präsident gesagt hat, dann doch auch eine Rolle spielt, was er aber gekonnt ausgeblendet hat.
Ja, es gibt viele Probleme. Viele Leute sind unzufrieden. Inflation ist ein Problem. Die Wirtschaft.
Is his name Eric? It is Eric Chris Baum.
Alle die positive Dinge, die passiert sind und auch daran erinnert, die Grenzen sind sicher. Und das finden auch viele Amerikaner gut, auch wenn es Exzessen gegeben hat in Minneapolis. Aber ja, viele Amerikaner geht es nicht so gut, wie Trump das darstellt, aber er hat trotzdem Patriotismus ein bisschen entfachtet und auch diese Hockeymannschaft, das ist Eishockeymannschaft mit der Goldmedaille gegen Kanada, das kann man nicht betonen, wie wichtig das ist. Und momentan läuft das ganze Land auf eine Welle der Euphorie ein bisschen, dass die Kanada in Hockey geschlagen haben.
Es war eine Rede, die vielleicht auch ein Versuch war zu verbinden. Das ist nicht gelungen. Wenn man sich mal auf das Publikum oder wenn man auf das Publikum schaut, dann hatte man schon so eine Zweiteilung. Republikaner, Demokraten. Wir gucken ganz kurz nochmal in die Rede, wo der amerikanische Präsident so eine Einigkeit verlangt, liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer. Und das hat nicht so ganz funktioniert.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Das Kriminal.
Of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Fast schon eine explosive Stimmung und wir haben es gerade gesehen auf den Bildern, Erik, während die Demokraten also sitzen geblieben sind, sich gar nicht zu den Worten des Präsidenten geäußert haben, stehender Beifall aus der Mitte der Republikaner und trotzdem die Frage, das, was Trump gesagt hat, ist ja so falsch nicht. Um das Land zu ein, müssen wir alle zusammenarbeiten. Das, was die Demokraten gemacht haben, ihn zu ignorieren, eben nicht, auch dort zumindest Teil dieser Rede zu sein. Ist das ein Punkt für die Demokraten oder widersprechen die nicht dem, was der Präsident auch gesagt hat?
Ja, Trump ist ein Entertainer, der wollte die Demokraten vorführen und hat gezeigt, den Amerikanern haben gezeigt, Millionen haben geguckt, dass die Demokraten nicht in diesem Punkt einig sind, obwohl Meinungsumfragen zeigen, 60-70% der Amerikaner sind zufrieden mit der Migrationspolitik von Trump. Die sind zufrieden, dass die Grenzen jetzt sicher sind und die Demokraten haben da nicht applaudiert und Trump hat das jetzt schwarz auf weiß. Man kann sich vorstellen, er nutzt das in seiner Wahlkampfkampagne. Im November kommen ganz wichtige Midterm-Wahlen und das ist so ein bisschen Vorwahlkampfgetürne von Trump. Er will das Thema, das ist sein wichtigstes Thema eigentlich, Migration, und er will die Demokraten vorführen.
Erik, fürs Erste, Dankeschön. Thema, das uns natürlich auch weiter begleiten wird im Verlauf des heutigen Vormittags. Die Rede an die Nation von Donald Trump. Danke, Erik, für Sport im Studio. So, wir schauen auf weitere Meldungen, zum Beispiel die Reise des Kanzlers nach China. Friedrich Merz zum ersten Mal dort. Am Morgen ist er gemeinsam mit einer großen Wirtschaftsdelegation im Reich der Mitte angekommen. Die Erwartungen der deutschen Unternehmen an die Reise sind hoch. Sie hoffen vor allem auf bessere Wettbewerbsbedingungen. China ist für Deutschland der wichtigste Handelspartner. Importe und Exporte summierten sich 2025 auf mehr als 250 Milliarden Euro. Und Kollegin Dorothea Schopelius, die begleitet den Kanzler auf seiner Reise. Hier ist eine erste Einschätzung.
Der Bundeskanzler ist in Peking gelandet und wird nun vom Ministerpräsidenten Chinas in der Halle des großen Volkes begrüßt werden. Ein wichtiger Besuch für den Bundeskanzler, der vor allem einen wirtschaftlichen Schwerpunkt hat, ist doch China der wichtigste Wirtschaftspartner für Deutschland. Gleichzeitig sind viele deutsche Unternehmen sehr abhängig von China. Eine Abhängigkeit, die der Bundeskanzler ja auch schon in den letzten Monaten und Wochen immer wieder angesprochen hat, dass man diese verringern wolle. Und wir erinnern uns, die erste Reise, sie ging nicht nach China, sie ging nach Indien. Trotzdem ist man hier erstmal guter Dinge, positiv eingestimmt gewesen auf den Besuch, so schien es. Und der Bundeskanzler ist natürlich auch nicht alleine nach Peking gereist, sondern hat sehr viele wichtige Wirtschaftsvertreter mit dabei. Manchmal wird er ja der Außenkanzler genannt. Hier könnte man ihn fast den Außenwirtschaftskanzler nennen. So wichtig ist diese wirtschaftliche Entwicklung für Deutschland. Das Verhältnis zu China geprägt von Konkurrenz, Competition, aber eben auch Partnerschaft. Und gleichzeitig ist da natürlich auch noch die Thematik des Ukraine-Krieges und der Menschenrechte, Thematiken, die der Bundeskanzler ansprechen wird wollen. In welcher Art und Weise? Das aber ist die große Frage.
So, und Sie haben es gesehen und Sie haben es gehört, das ganz große Besteck für den deutschen Kanzler in China. Auch das natürlich heute im Verlauf des Tages ein Thema hier bei Welt. Schauen wir auf die AfD. Die
German marching can get a little quizzical when done really serious and intensely.
Landesvorstand Veruntreuung vorgeworfen. Die Zeugenaussage einer weiteren AfD-Abgeordneten, die Bild vorlegt, unterstützt nun diese Vorwürfe. Die niedersächsische AfD-Bundestagsabgeordnete Martina Uhr schildert, dass Niedersachsens AfD-Chef Ansgar Schledde sie seit ihrem Einzug in den Bundestag 2025 dazu gedrängt habe, ihm 35% ihres Mitarbeiterbudgets zur Verfügung zu stellen, sprich 9.327 Euro im Monat, also rund 112.000 Euro im Jahr. Das Geld soll Schledde genutzt haben, um Mitarbeiter für die AfD einzustellen, die ihn unterstützen. Ein Vorgang, der nicht verfassungsgemäß ist. Schledde bestreitet die Vorwürfe. Kurz vor der Wahl in Baden-Württemberg gerät CDU-Spitzenkandidat Manuel Hagel wegen eines 8 Jahre alten Interviews unter Druck. Im Format eines Regionalsenders schwärmte der damals 29-jährige Hagel von minderjährigen Schülerinnen einer Realschule. Bei einer TV-Debatte der Spitzenkandidaten von CDU, Grünen und AfD zeigte er Reue, bezeichnete die damalige Aussage als Mist. Und noch legt Hagels CDU vor den Grünen. Doch die holen auf. Deborah Nerwig.
Auf ein Bier mit Manuel Hagel heißt das Format, in dem der Spitzenkandidat der CDU vor 8 Jahren von seinem Besuch an einer Realschule erzählt. Hagel sagt, die Klasse habe zu 80% aus Mädchen bestanden. Für einen 29-jährigen Abgeordneten
Do you
gäbe es
guys realize that I said activate the hate
ich werde es nie
before
vergessen, die
Tupac
erste
sang
Frage.
it
Sie
for
hieß
us?
Eva, braune Haare, braune Augen. Unangemessen und anzüglich, so die Kritik. Die teilt auch AfD-Spitzenkandidat Markus Frohnmayer, der das Thema am Abend bei einer TV-Debatte anspricht.
Als Vater einer Tochter, nachdem ich das Video heute gesehen habe, da ist mir schon anders geworden. Ich fand es sehr, sehr irritierend.
Das ist ein Satz, den ich im Jahr 2018 in einem Interview mit einem lokalen Fernsehsender gesagt habe, der war Mist. Und meine Frau hat mir wirklich auch gleich an dem Abend ordentlich den Kopf gewaschen.
Für Hagel kommt die Debatte zur Unzeit. Kurz vor der Wahl liegt seine CDU in den Umfragen zwar vorne, doch der Abstand zu den Grünen schrumpft. Deren Spitzenkandidat Cem Özdemir setzt in der Debatte auf Schulterschluss. Hagel ist zwar sein Hauptkonkurrent um das Amt des Ministerpräsidenten, aber die schwarz-grüne Koalition könnte nach der Wahl weitergehen. Özdemir präsentiert sich im Wahlkampf als Pragmatiker mit Abstand zur eigenen Partei, setzt auf das Thema Wirtschaft.
Die deutsche Automobilindustrie, die baden-württembergische, ist aufgewacht. Sie stellt jetzt Autos her, die konkurrenzfähig sind. Und es geht doch gar nicht nur um den Antrieb, das ist ein Thema.
Mit 20% liegt die AfD in Umfragen auf Platz 3, könnte ihr Ergebnis von vor 5 Jahren verdoppeln. Spitzenkandidat Frohnmayer kritisiert die Regierungsarbeit von CDU und Grünen. Als es um Energiepolitik und Wettbewerbsfähigkeit geht, streckt er die Hand aus.
Es geht doch ums Land. Wir müssen doch gucken, dass wir hier in Baden-Württemberg endlich wieder bezahlbare Energie haben. Bürokratie abschaffen. Lassen Sie uns das sofort zusammen machen.
Angebot abgelehnt. An der CDU werde sich die AfD die Zähne ausbeißen, sagt Manuel Hagel. Sein Ziel ist klar. Nach 15 Jahren soll im Ländle wieder die CDU regieren. Dann könnte es schwarz-grün statt grün-schwarz heißen.
Dumm gelaufen. Eine Flucht, die für die Tonne war. Ein Entsorgungsspezialist, ehemals Müllmann in Ohio, hat eher zufällig einen geflohenen Verdächtigen gestellt. Der von der Polizei Gesuchte hatte sich in einer Mülltonne versteckt. Der Müllmann dachte nach dem ersten Schreck, die Polizei auf den Verdächtigen aufmerksam machen zu müssen. Und der Flüchtige bzw. der sich da versteckt hat, ja, nahm die Beine in die Hand und fort war er. Dabei verlor er dann auch noch seine Schuhe, sodass ihn der Polizist tatsächlich einholen und festnehmen konnte. In den Play-Off-Spielen zum Achtelfinale der Champions League gab es am Abend folgende Ergebnisse. Bayer Leverkusen trennt sich in einem schwachen Spiel torlos 0:0 von Olympiakos Piräus und ist trotzdem weiter. Dank eines 2:0 im Hinspiel. Riesenüberraschung dagegen in Mailand. Bodo Glimt schafft die Sensation nach dem Hinspiel-Sieg. Jetzt sogar ein Sieg im Giuseppe Meazza Stadion 2:1 für die Norweger. Außerdem Atletico Madrid, FC Brügge 4:1, Newcastle United, Karabakh 3:2. Eine historische Rede ist Geschichte. Der amerikanische Präsident hat gesprochen zur Lage der Nation. Dazu gleich mehr, bleiben Sie dran.
Der Mittwoch startet an den Küsten, in der Mitte und im Süden zum Großteil mit Nebel und Hochnebel. Die höheren Lagen profitieren dagegen schon vom Sonnenschein. Am Nachmittag gibt es dann für die meisten von uns Sonne und blauen Himmel. Nur im Rhein-Main-Gebiet und an der Donau kann der Nebel noch längere Zeit zäh sein. Die höchsten Temperaturen.
Willkommen und guten Morgen hier bei Welt. Der Blick geht über den großen Teich in die USA. Die Rede des amerikanischen Präsidenten an die Nation, sie war so oder so historisch. Und wenn man das Ganze auf einen Satz reduziert, dann ist es nach den Worten von Donald Trump unter seiner Regierung nicht mehr und nicht weniger als ein goldenes Zeitalter.
We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
Tja, so einfach ist die Welt und Amerika für Donald Trump. Michael Wöhlenweber in Washington. Die USA werden immer besser und besser. Das goldene Zeitalter ist ausgerufen. Tatsächlich, ist das so?
Kommt auf den Standpunkt an.
Tatsächlich, ist das so?
Kommt auf den Standpunkt an. Also ich glaube, da ist noch sehr viel Luft nach oben. Viel Eigenlob war es gewesen. Aber er hat ja tatsächlich einige Erfolge zu verzeichnen. Nehmen wir einfach mal die Grenze. Die Grenze, die ist dicht. Das ist das, was er versprochen hat. Da hat er geliefert. Und auch beim Thema Inflation, da ist er eigentlich in der Spur, auch wenn der Amerikaner es nicht so richtig spürt. Aber die Inflation ist geringer als die Lohnsteigerung. Also insofern tatsächlich in einigen Punkten hat er recht, in vielen anderen nicht. Da hat er sich auch das ein oder andere zusammengesponnen. Manche sagen, gelogen.
Wir schauen weiter drauf. Danke für den Moment nach Washington, Michael Wüllenweber. Unsere Nation ist zurück, größer, besser, reicher und stärker als je zuvor. So begann die Ansprache des amerikanischen Präsidenten Donald Trump vor dem Kongress. Und während die Republikaner den Präsidenten während der Rede immer wieder feierten, verfolgten die oppositionellen Demokraten seine Worte mit eisigem Schweigen. Die Rede zur Lage der Nation, eine jährliche Ansprache des US-Präsidenten vor beiden Kammern des Kongresses. Donald Trump steht aber innen- wie außenpolitisch erheblich unter Druck. Immer weniger Amerikaner sind mit seiner Arbeit wirklich zufrieden.
Für Gold ist immer Zeit. Donald Trump empfängt noch schnell die Goldjungs vom Eishockey. So eine Goldmedaille hätte er auch gern. Und dann flott in den Kongress die Lobeshymne auf sich selber singen.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Dieser Empfang tut gut. Stehende Ovationen der eigenen Leute, Selfies, vereinzelt Protestplakate der Demokraten und dann die Tonlage, die die kommende Rede prägen soll.
Our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer and stronger.
Unsere Nation ist zurück, größer, reicher und stärker als jemals zuvor. Wir machen es besser und besser und besser. Das ist das goldene Jahrhundert Amerikas.
Age of America.
Die eine Hälfte applaudiert, Protestplakate bei den Demokraten. Die Drogen seien zurückgedrängt, die Inflation sei auf dem Rückzug, Benzin sei billig geworden. Trump arbeitet sich am Vorgänger Biden ab. Die Aktienkurse steigen, die Ölproduktion auch. Alles super.
Incomes are rising fast.
Die Einkommen wachsen schnell, die Wirtschaft brummt wie nie. Unsere Feinde sind verschreckt, Militär und Polizei aufgestockt und Amerika wird respektiert, vielleicht wie nie zuvor.
Is respected again, perhaps like never before.
Die Grenzen seien dicht, keine kriminellen Migranten mehr. Mit einem Zahlengewitter deckt Donald Trump die Zuhörer ein. Ein Superlativ jagt das nächste. Trump kann kaum an sich halten und dann natürlich Brot und Spiele.
Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest.
Wir sind das heißeste Land der Welt. Wir machen so viel Gewinn, dass die Leute zu mir kommen und sagen, Mr. President, wir machen so viel Profit, wir wissen nicht, wohin damit. Und dann ist da noch diese Gruppe von Gewinnern, die das Land stolz machen, die Männer des olympischen Hockeyteams, die Gewinner.
Here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Veteranen werden geehrt, Helden gelobt, Schicksale knallhart für seine Politik ausgeschlachtet. Der Präsident spielt auf der Klaviatur des nationalen Stolzes und die Pauken des Rassismus. Migration bringe den Amerikanern Probleme, treibe die Preise, schaffe Gefahren. Kein Wort über die Hunderttausenden, die das Land voranbringen. Und dann noch die Richterschelte zu den einkassierten Zöllen.
The disappointing ruling.
Trotz des enttäuschenden Urteils retten die Zölle mächtige Länder. Unser Land, das Geld, das wir einnehmen, damit wird Frieden geschützt. Viele der Kriege, die ich beigelegt habe, wurden durch die Androhung von Zöllen gelöst. Und übrigens, seine Frau schütze Amerika genauso, sei jetzt sogar ein Filmstar. Wer hätte das gedacht? Iran werde keine Bombe bekommen, dafür werde er sorgen. Bei dieser Hymne auf sich selbst konnte mancher nur noch schwer die Augen aufhalten. America First sei sein Motto. Er liebe das Land. Donald Trump, Superstar.
Da frage ich nochmal nach bei Michael Wüllenweber in Washington. Wenn man mal aufs große Ganze schaut, dann ist das, was Trump gesagt hat, die eine Seite der Medaille, aber wiederum die andere. Immer weniger Amerikaner, die da wirklich zufrieden sind mit ihrem Präsidenten. Konnte er denn das Ruder so ein bisschen rumreißen? Wo steht er aktuell?
Also in den Umfragen ist er ja tatsächlich unter Wasser. Die Rede zur die State of the Union Rede, das ist die Rede ja, die am meisten geschaut wird mit den höchsten Einschaltquoten hier in den USA, bis zu den Midterm-Wahlen dann auch. Und ich glaube, dass sie auf sein Konto eingezahlt hat. Man mag sie nicht unbedingt unterstützen, sie mag auch vielen nicht gefallen, aber vermutlich dann doch seinen Anhängern, die vielleicht so ein bisschen unzufrieden immer mehr geworden sind. Die galt es zu revitalisieren, und das könnte ich mir vorstellen, ist mit dieser doch patriotischen Rede irgendwie dann geglückt. Er hat natürlich seine Erfolge herausgestrichen, auch das könnte nochmal verfangen haben. Das war insgesamt ein kraftvoller Auftritt mit vielen Attacken auch Richtung der Demokraten. All sowas zahlt hier bei der einen Hälfte der amerikanischen Gesellschaft eigentlich ein. Also ich glaube, aufgrund der schlechten Umfragewerte kann es eigentlich bei ihm mit dieser Rede nur nach oben gegangen sein.
Man sollte keine Vergleiche anstellen, aber so eine Regierungserklärung in Deutschland, 20, 30 Minuten. Jetzt hat der Präsident, der amerikanische, 2 Stunden sich gelobt, Amerika gelobt. Kann man da noch folgen? Ist man da noch dran? Kann man da wirklich punkten?
Also ich glaube, dass da viele auch abgeschaltet haben tatsächlich. Ich habe das selbst auf Wahlkampfveranstaltungen immer wieder gesehen, dass bei diesen länglichen Reden dann doch der ein oder andere nach einer Stunde den Rücken gekehrt hat und gegangen ist. Also ich denke mir, das wird man dann auf der Fernbedienung ebenfalls gemacht haben. Also dass da viele gesagt haben, nein, ich möchte das nicht. Aber nichtsdestotrotz, es waren mehr als eine Stunde von diesen fast 2 Stunden, wo er ja versuchte, diesen Patriotismus zu huldigen fast schon. Der Einzug der Eishockey-Goldmedaillengewinner, dann Kriegshelden, die er herausgestrichen hat, die er geehrt hat. All das kommt, glaube ich, dann am Ende wirklich an. Was fehlte natürlich, was uns wahrscheinlich als Europäern fehlte, das war, was ist eigentlich mit der Außenpolitik? Aber da sagen 2% der Amerikaner, dass sie dazu ebenfalls etwas hören wollten. Also insofern war das eigentlich dann logisch. Vielleicht noch ein letztes, was mir aufgefallen ist, beim Thema Iran, ganz kurz nur angeschnitten, da ging es eben dann mehr darum, dass der Iran keine Nuklearanlagen haben durfte, keine Anreicherung haben durfte. Das hörte sich so an, als ob er sich vielleicht dann mit einer Bombardierung, Ausschaltung dieser Anlagen zufrieden geben könnte, die Amerikaner wieder versuchen aufzubauen. Also Trump, Chickens out, nichts mehr unbedingt mit dem Thema Protestland zu Hilfe zu eilern oder Regime Change, Spekulation, ich weiß, aber es hörte sich ein bisschen so an.
Michael, Dankeschön. Das goldene Zeitalter gekrönt von Goldathleten. Und so manche Goldmedaille kommt ja gerade zur rechten Zeit für den Präsidenten aus dem Finaltriumph des US-Teams gegen Kanada im olympischen Eishockey-Turnier. Da jedenfalls wiederentdeckte der US-Präsident jede Menge USA-DNA.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now...
Food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth.
They can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans.
The T's and C's apply. Qualifying periods apply for some services.
what Keir excuse me, about what Keir Starmer knew about the appointment of Mandelson in terms of his relationship with Epstein, what they didn't know, what assurances they received, what came up in security vetting, and those sort of questions as well. And so we're waiting on all of that. Now, the Liberal Democrats, as you say, are doing this sort of humble address, which is a kind of parliamentary mechanism to say, we want to know about the information that the British government was acting on when it appointed Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, or Prince Andrew as he was then, to this post of Britain's trade representative, trade envoy.
And any role that Peter Mandelson may have played in getting that job.
And any role that Peter Mandelson played in getting him that job. Now, this is in 2001, and this is 8 years before there's any prosecution of Epstein. So it was at a time when kind of Epstein was not anything like as radioactive as he became. But of course, it would be utterly fascinating if it emerged that Lord Mandelson had played any kind of role in Prince Andrew getting that job, because this was obviously at a time when Tony Blair was the Prime Minister. I don't think, I'm pretty sure in saying that Mandelson was not the business secretary at the time that he was appointed, but Mandelson was an influential figure. So that is what the Liberal Democrats are sniffing around now. I mean, it's an uncomfortable one for Ed Davey, because he was standing up in the Commons when a Labour MP tried to raise the question of the suitability.
And he spoke glowingly
about what a great job.
He was talking with me about it yesterday. Yeah. So the police investigations here, will they inevitably slow down the release of some of these documents?
Yes, I think that if you cast your mind back to when Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister and there were investigations going on about, had he misled the House and all this sort of stuff, Scotland Yard said, no, you can't be publishing any of this sort of thing, because that could prejudice a criminal trial. And I'm sure the same warnings exist now inside Downing Street from Scotland Yard, saying you cannot release stuff while there is an active investigation going on. So the government wants there to be transparency, but it can't do it at this stage because of ongoing police inquiries.
There's also the question of how long some documents relating to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor can or should remain closed, because quite a lot of them in relation to his work as an envoy are in the national records, aren't they? Where there could be, and I know this debate is about getting them out of there, but there's still plenty of option for not all of them to be seen, seems to me.
I think that if they use things like the 30-year rule or whatever,
you can't see it working.
I think that the backlash will be enormous. I think that there is a demand for sunlight.
And we have seen that lifted, haven't we?
Yes,
before?
Yes. And I think there is a demand, what's the old phrase, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. I think that if if it looks like the government is being cute or in any way sort of, chicanery and to stop publication, I think that wouldn't wash terribly well with the British public right now in the mood that it's in.
There's a sense, isn't there, that both, a number of institutions, you and I spoke yesterday about the royal family as the monarchy as an institution. There's a sense that Parliament realises it was too supine. The police are learning that perhaps they have been too supine as well in all of this. And the sort of interlocking of all three of those institutions is
Sheila,
also a story, isn't it?
Sheila, we could include broadcasters as well.
Yes, we could.
We could include our relationship with the royal family, where you know that if you're on a royal trip and you're part of the royal pool, then you don't do certain things, because if you upset the royals, then you might get taken off the pool and you won't get access, or the king will do his Christmas message to somebody else and another broadcaster. All those things have played and have led to a certain deference, and I think that people are re-examining those relationships as we're kind of forging a new relationship with the royal family from that which we've had before.
But you still don't think abdication's going to come into it? I won't rerun yesterday.
No, we can't rerun this debate. Look, I think that I don't think that's part of the planning or the thought processes at the moment. I think they're trying to get through this in the best way they can possible, whilst being responsive to public opinion and the concerns that are felt, but also they've got to let the wheels of justice take their course, and they can't be seen to be getting out ahead of what is a quasi-judicial process at this stage.
But outside of that judicial process, well, including it and outside of it, there are some. I'm going to go all Donald Rumsfeld on you. There are some known unknowns, and there are some unknown unknowns.
Yeah, there are, and that's the way it's going to be. I mean, look, we are in an age of instant gratification where we want to see things happening at warp speed. And what do you mean it might take weeks after an arrest to decide?
Which is a big change, isn't it, in all our affairs?
We've just, and then we've also got to accept, and we as journalists, and you and I have toiled at the coal mine for long enough to know that there's contempt of court, there's all those things that are rightly in place, so that people, if a trial takes place, that it can be done fairly. Yeah. And so to offer commentary on, America, one of the kind of great culture shocks for me when I was based in America as a North American is that it was this kind of idea that you offer a running commentary on a court case. Who did well in court? Did they look guilty or innocent? Or what do you think? And, and so the contempt of court is completely different in the States than it is here.
Disorienting when you first experienced it, I'm sure.
It is. And I think that it's good that we maintain the idea that innocent until proven guilty. Charges will if charges follow, then the course of law will take its course, and we'll await any trial.
Who knows how long a speech we are going to get from President Donald Trump, Ian? He's got an awful lot to do in this speech, and he walks into the chamber of the House of Representatives tonight with devastating polling numbers having been published here earlier today. 2 polls, one for CNN, one for the Washington Post. The CNN poll says that 63% of the country disapproves of his first year in office.
So, obviously, the arrest of he was an effective minister, he was an effective ambassador. It's the same potential charge. Afternoon from his home in Camden, although I'm sure Peter Mandelson would say it's Regent's Park and not just Camden. He was duly arrested by police in plain clothes, but wearing body cam, quite interestingly, and taken off to a police station where he faced questioning. And it wasn't until the wee small hours of the morning that Peter Mandelson was released from custody and pending further investigations.
He's previously said he doesn't believe he's guilty of criminal wrongdoing. He said he doesn't believe he's broken the law. But once again, this arrest was on suspicion of misconduct in public office. It's exactly the same offence under which former Prince Andrew was arrested last week, and it carries a maximum sentence of life in prison, but it is notoriously difficult to prove. In Peter Mandelson's case, this goes back to emails allegedly shared from government when he was the business secretary, when he was working at Gordon Brown's side, and sent to Jeffrey Epstein, some, we understand, within a matter of minutes. And the ones particularly under the spotlight are, for example, an email discussing a euro bailout, which reached Epstein before it was made public, we understand. Others regarding the sale of UK government assets, again reaching Jeffrey Epstein before the British public. These are copies of emails which presumably the Met Police are looking to firm up by going to the Department of Justice, looking for the originals and seeing whether it becomes part of a case that they will bring against Peter Mandelson. I have to say that overnight I heard from a colleague who sent me Peter Mandelson's own words. And this is what he told the colleague. Despite previous agreement between police and the legal team over voluntary interview in early March, police arrested me because they claimed the Lord Speaker received information that I was about to flee to the British Virgin Islands and take up permanent residence abroad, leaving Reynaldo,
he's trying to flee to Epstein Island,
home,
because
and
Epstein
Jock,
is there
his
right
dog,
now.
behind me. I need hardly say complete
That's what it
fiction.
is.
The police were told
Epstein
only
is
today
at
that they
Epstein
had to
Island right now.
improvise an arrest. The question is who or what is behind this. Now, I understand that this was sent around 4 a.m, approximately 2 hours after he'd been released from police custody. And the tenor of that sounds as if he is saying that the police arrested him because they had a tip-off that he was going to flee. I mean, none of that really makes sense when you pull it apart, because the idea of him fleeing to the British Virgin Islands, which is obviously somewhere within a UK jurisdiction, within an extradition treaty, doesn't really sound logical. But it is interesting, that last line, Peter Mandelson's own words,
Sabine is the one we're looking
the
at.
question is who or what is behind this. He is doubting the integrity of the arrest itself. He's doubting the integrity of the police investigation from the sounds of it, because he doesn't think that that was what he had previously agreed, which was a voluntary interview sometime next week.
I think what you have just read out there, Emily, is utterly jaw-dropping on so many different levels, that at 4 o'clock in the morning, I don't know who your colleague is, but presumably another journalist, why would you start briefing against the Metropolitan Police when you have just emerged from being arrested? Doesn't that just muddy the waters? I suppose my other reflection, and there's no implication of guilt, no charges have been brought against Peter Mandelson, it needs to be underlined, and everyone is innocent until proven guilty. The criticism always of Peter Mandelson when he was in government, that he was an effective minister, he was an effective he was an effective ambassador, but he couldn't stop talking about what an effective ambassador he was and what an effective minister he was. And here we have him sort of seemingly spinning now over an arrest, and you'd think there is a time for silence and letting the wheels of justice turn, because whatever the grounds for the arrest, the Metropolitan Police have it within their rights to do what they will, whether voluntarily or whether deciding to arrest, and who knows what the calculation was of the Metropolitan Police. I find it very odd that Mandelson would think it was a smart thing to do to start a briefing war against the Met at 4 o'clock in the morning.
For me, it's just the contrast with the pictures you saw of a man leaving the house, leaving onto the street, getting into the car, plain clothes police officers, but clearly with the body cam, which I think we were all meant to notice. There was meant to be no mistaking what was going on. But this idea that he had clearly, gone willingly without a fight. There were no handcuffs, there was no sort of, bag over the head, nobody was, no perp walk, nobody was pushing his head down. But inside, absolutely raging. And I think what that tells you, for me, I'm hearing in those words, mental kicking and screaming. cannot believe that whatever they had agreed before, or he thought they had agreed before, had somehow been broken, as if they had broken the bond of trust with him by calling him in early to interview. Now look, we don't know. We are not privy to the Met Police investigation. We don't know the order in which they work, or what they turned up, or whether they've just had sign-off from the DOJ over the documents that they were using to go and arrest. We don't know whether maybe somebody did think that he was about to flee the country, although, as I say, why on earth would he go to the British Virgin Islands to evade UK justice? It makes no sense. But I do think you hear somebody who is kind of, you know, quietly screaming, it's not fair. It's not fair. It is not my fault. It's not fair. This was not meant to happen.
Well, we've got to wait for the legal process to turn, because they are not going to bring charges against Peter Mandelson unless the Crown Prosecution Service feels there's a pretty good chance of prosecution. And it is a notoriously difficult charge to prosecute, because it's common law, it's not statute, there's no Act of Parliament under which Peter Mandelson has conducted misconduct in public office, allegedly or not. That's not the way this law works. It's based on previous case law. And so it's very hard to prove that there was willful neglect or willful misconduct. What we're waiting for, we've talked endlessly about the Epstein files, what we're waiting for are the Mandelson files that the government are compiling of the advice given to Keir Starmer before his appointment as our ambassador to Washington, and what warnings that he was given or not about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. So that is still to come. I suppose the government will say, look, we want transparency, but there's nothing we can do while there's a police investigation going on. We can't release anything that could compromise a police investigation, which takes you back to the kind of era of Boris Johnson and the parties that were being had at Number 10, when there was potential information that could have come out, but the Met said, you can't release any of this because we've got an investigation going on.
Anyway,
I suppose the other thing that strikes me is that we are 2 days out from a pretty seminal by-election. Gorton and Denton, Greater Manchester, the one that Andy Burnham wanted to fight but now isn't, the one that Labour has every chance, let's be honest, of losing. They may not, they may hold on, but it is tighter than it probably needs to be. And in another world, in a kind of alternative sliding doors world, Peter Mandelson could have been part of the campaign helping Labour sort out who their candidate was, how they were going to win, who was going to go up. I mean, that was what Peter Mandelson was always brought in to do. He was brought in to kind of, you know, do the calculations, do the back office, try and work out what the messaging was. That was his spin. You know, his dark arts was all about how do we win in places that don't look very possible. We know that in 2024 he was working alongside Morgan McSweeney to actually ascertain which would be the best candidates for getting Labour, Keir Starmer, an overall majority, which of course they did. And now this idea of Mandelson leaving his house, accompanied by police officers, getting into an unmarked car, just as voters are about to go to the polls and decide whether they trust the party of government, is about the worst visual that Keir Starmer could possibly want on the eve of that by-election election.
You know, we talked last week, obviously, about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and the fall from grace of having been, you know, alongside the King, the favoured son of the late Queen, all the rest of it, and the loss of prestige and titles and all the other things that went with being the Duke of York as he was. It was a slow motion car crash for Andrew. From your interview in 2019 with him
who did we just finish?
The arrest last week.
This guy.
Mandelson just 5 months ago.
There we go.
5 months ago.
Should be it.
Donald Trump is lauding him in the Oval Office. Mandelson is grinning broadly. He's so pleased with life. He's got the mansion on Massachusetts Avenue with
the honour of his life. That's what he called it.
The British ambassador's residence.
Something
I mean, life could not have been sweeter.
I'm pretty sure we did.
And the fall and the revelations of and what we have learned in those emails that he allegedly sent and forwarded to Jeffrey
We can
Epstein
always
and
mathematics
the money
it
that
out.
was allegedly received
Magic.
back
I
when
already think I
in
did that.
2003,
Magic plus
2004, and for his partner
one,
too, I
11,
think has
yeah.
just cast
Magic.
Peter
Magic.
Mandelson in a completely different light. And you
No.
know, he titled his autobiography "The Third Man."
Equip,
In other
equip,
words,
equip.
Blair and Brown may have been the
De-equip.
kind of public face of New Labour, but Mandelson believed that he was the Blairite before Blair. He believed in Blairism before Blair even knew about it, and he was the guy after the in the wake of the 1992 general election defeat when Labour lost again,
Gail
Kinnock lost to John
Hairpin.
Major, that he was the one who would refashion this party into New Labour, and that he would be the one who would take the Labour Party back into government. And sure enough, Gordon Brown and Tony Blair and Peter Mandelson were the architects of that. And you wonder now, what is the reputation of New Labour today, given Peter Mandelson's role in all of this?
I think it's a really live question. And you talk about Blairism and Blairites. Where's Blair? Right? We have not heard from Tony Blair about how he views the fall from grace of presumably one of his formerly closest allies, maybe still
They were extremely
closest
close.
allies. We don't know about that. We don't know what this is going to do to the whole shape of Keir Starmer's government from now on, quite frankly, because yes, I think you can say that the Blair project was the most successful in electoral history.
The Blair
You know,
Witch Project
3 victories in a
was
row,
the
more
most-
than any other Labour
correction.
Prime Minister has ever had.
Correction, the Blair Witch Project was the most successful project any Prime Minister has ever had.
Money, dark arts, spinning, cover-up. I mean, the fact that this is going on simultaneously with an investigation right now over the Labour Together think tank, who stands accused of a smear against journalists. Now, we are still waiting for the Cabinet Office report on that. We don't know what that will find, but that again has left a nasty taste in the mouth for many people who are looking at it and saying, what was Labour Together? What were you doing? Labour Together was headed up by Morgan McSweeney. It was the vehicle that was meant to get Labour back into power. It was the vehicle that actually chose many of the candidates that were standing in 2024, that got Keir to this place of electoral success. But now people are saying, well, I don't understand what was going on there. I don't like what I'm hearing. I'll wait for the report, but I certainly don't agree with the idea of smearing journalists who are actually doing work onto expenditure, or cash spent, or campaign finances. And I do think now that there is room, and I'm not going to say any more than there is room, but all the people who were shunned by Starmer, all the people who Starmer sort of put to one side and said, we're reshaping the party now, end of Corbyn, end of what he stood for, end of the hard left, this is going to be reshaped again, and now sort of saying, hang on, why are we out in the cold, right? Why are we the bad guys? When you look at everything that's going on with those around Lord Mandelson, Peter Mandelson right now, why are we still the bad guys? And I think that will create a new power dynamic which will invigorate and embolden the left of Labour.
So let's unpick various parts of that. I mean, Morgan McSweeney, was the head of Labour Together, but when the investigation was launched into a journalist, it was Josh Simons, who's now a Cabinet Office minister, who was the minister, or who was the person before he was an MP, who commissioned that research, whatever you want to call it.
And we're still waiting to hear his side of the story, and we need to wait for the Cabinet Office to understand what on earth was going on. But it looks tricky at the moment.
Yeah, but your characterisation of the people who are on the outside from Starmer, I think, is not quite right, in the sense that Starmer has never been New Labour. He's not new anything. Starmer is Starmer. He's a pragmatist who kind of likes to read his brief. And yes, it's true that there were people jockeying for position around Starmer, and part of that, and that's part of his problem, I think, as a leader, in that, Morgan McSweeney lent more towards New Labour, but there are other ministers who aren't. There weren't many. I mean, the New Labour figures, Peter Kyle, Wes Streeting.
Yeah, except what I'd say is when Starmer's asked, what he has done, the first thing he always says, what he's achieved is I've reshaped the Labour Party. He says that. He means I took it away from Corbyn. Exactly. So I agree with you. He's not a new Labour figure. But he's definitely hailed as a victory the idea that he kind of shed Corbynism, the hard left, whatever you want to call it, from the shape of his party now. I think he does own that. I think he has to own that.
Yeah, but I think that, you know, if you look at the sort of the people who were central figures in New Labour, they looked at Rachel Reeves' first budget and the 2p increase on employers' national insurance, and they thought, what on earth are you doing? Why? What? You know, how are you going to encourage growth? How are you going to encourage business if you're saddling them with more costs? And I think an awful lot of the policies that Keir Starmer has tried to pursue are the absolute antithesis of what a new Labour government would have done.
Well, I think that's why he looks so lonely, because actually he tried to bring in new Labour characters like Tim Allen, you know, like Mandelson as ambassador, and that hasn't worked.
And Jonathan Powell, who is there still.
Jonathan Powell, I think, has been, honestly...
All right, everyone shut up. I'm gonna math this out. I'm gonna math this out while you're talking in my ear. So try to distract me while I use mathematics. Try to distract me because I'm gonna do mathematics on live stream. Make sure everyone's paying attention. Fuck! Just when I turn my back. They're not paying attention. When my back was turned, Alright. What else is new? We're back. We're back on. Alright, we're back on. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna use mathematics. 90 level 99 minus 83, and I'm gonna do this all in my head. Level 99 minus 83. Well, 10 levels would be 89. And then 9 minus 3 is 6. So it would be 16 levels. Right? I do mathematics with logic. I don't actually really math it out in numbers. I use logic with the numbers. All right, so if you have level 99, then come down to level 89, that's 10. And then 9 minus 3, because we're at level 83, that's 6 levels. And so you take 10 and add it to 6. It's 16 levels. Times 2 is 32. Yeah, 16 levels times 2. 6 and 6 is 12. And so that would be 32. So I have 32 points that I get to put in. Now 128 minus 111, that's just 28 minus 11. So 2 minus 1 is 1. And then 8 minus 1 is 7, right? So it's just 17. I'm sure the math that I just said is right, but I forgot what I said. 128 minus 111 is just 28 minus 11. And so 28 minus 11 is... the 2 goes down to 1, and then the 8 goes down to 7. 7? Yeah, 17. What did I say before? 16 times 2 is 32. So each of these needs 17 levels? Question mark? No, I forgot what we were talking about again. All right, let me stop trying to teach a lesson here and think about it. I'm just going to count it out in one hand. So if it's 111, that would be 113, 115, 117, 119, 121, 123, 125, 127, 128. 9 levels? And we get 16 levels. So 16 divided by 2 is 8. Nine and 9 is 18, and we have 16. So that means each of them could be 127. And then if you want to do 128 on one of them, it has to come down to 125. Now let me go check that. Load in the quick save. Did I say 125? Yeah. 127 minus 2 is 125. Yeah, okay. So we didn't miss anything. We're going to magic up to 125, and there's my 128. And they would be both 127. And that's sort of what I was talking about. We had 16 levels, but we needed 18. It maths out. I'm not actually doing number math. I'm doing logical math. So there's this type of mathematics that you can do in your head that I taught myself, and it's based all upon logic. And it's based on these pairs of numbers: 9 and 1, 8 and 2, 7 and 3, and everyone can guess the last one, 6 and 4. And then 5 and 5 doesn't count. And then every single mathematics that I just did is all based around that. So 9 always goes with 1. 8 always goes with 2. 7 always goes with 3. And 6 always goes with 4. And it's just, if you just always know that those, it's like do, si, do, shindig, like a hoedown, like a dance, like a sock hop. All of the, dance your partner do, si, do. You have a partner dancing. All of those numbers just have one partner. 1 and 9 are partners. 8 and 2, partners forever. 7 and 3, they're partners forever. 6 and 4, they're dance partners forever. And so if you just have those memorized, you can use logic and do all of the mathematics that I just did without even counting. Yeah. So if you have 18 plus 20, there's a 2 in there. Because 8 and 2 are partners. And there's no room for, and no space for any argument, no room for and no wiggle room at all. If you have, you have the number 18, and you got the number 20, there's a 2 coming. I have it. You can just assume, here it is. We didn't do any mathematics yet. That's my explanation of how I do math. And I taught myself that, more or less. And then they changed the math system because they were so impressed by me. One of the first QAnon drops I did was explain that. And they changed the math system in education.
Police arrested me because they claimed the Lord Speaker received information that I was about to flee to the British Virgin Islands and take up permanent residence of the Lord, leaving my family behind me. And it hardly seemed complete fiction. The police were told only today that they had to improvise an arrest. The question is who or what is behind.
Still don't get it? Let's start again. If you have the number 18, somebody just gives you the number 18 on the street. Whether it's plus 20 or plus 30 or plus 40 or plus 50, you know that the beginning of your answer begins with, we have a 2 somewhere. Because 8 and 2 are partners forever. And so, like, if someone was like, well, does the 2 come from the 20 when you said 18 and 20? It's like, no. It doesn't matter where it's plus 30 or plus 40 or plus 50 or plus 60. If you got 18, there's a 2 coming immediately with your answer. And there's no way to stop that. There's no way to circumvent it. There's no way to argue against it. It's not a debate. I am telling you, 9 and 1, 8 and 2, 7 and 3, 6 and 4, and 5 and 5, and 0 and 0 don't count. But anyway, there you go.
In the last couple of days, I know we're going to talk about this, been really focused on the reforms that we're driving around education, the white paper and support for children with SEND. I think the frustration that I have is that this goes back to events that took place many, many years ago. Before I was a member of Parliament, before the Prime Minister was a member of Parliament, he has...
18 plus 30, wait a minute. I think I meant minus. I think I was talking about 30 minus 18, 30 or 40 minus 18, or 50 minus 18. Scrap the whole explanation, right? Just delete the whole thing. But you know what? Minus and plus are just an illusion, Just so you know, negative and positive are actually just a theory. In other words, it doesn't actually matter in mathematics whether things are negative or positive unless you mix them up. So I did mix them up, but luckily I was correct when I was just subtract it. Use subtraction. Anyway, let me try that again. 20 minus 18, there's a 2 in there. It is 2. 30 minus 18, you still know there's a 2 in there. It's 3 minus 1 is 2, and then you still have a 2 in there, so it's got to be 12 because it's 1 and 2. For both the digits, there's 12. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, here's what I was gonna say. So let's take 50 minus 18. There's a 2 there, and so 5 minus 1 is, 4, and it's going to be 42. Let's change it up. What if it's 51 minus 18? How would I do that? Well, you can say 18 is 20, and you can say, 51 is 50, and, you're at 30 there, and, where you arrive with the little numbers there at the end is It's sort of up to you. You know? $51 minus 18. I would probably approach that by going 5 minus 1 is 4. And then, you know, it's good. It's a good question. If I just came across 51 minus 18, I'd be like, well, we have the 2 and then plus 1. That's right. Remember when 8 and 2... Here's the answer I was trying to say. 51 minus 18, you have the 8 and the 2 already, and then it's plus 1. That's sort of what I was trying to get at. And if you lost me there, then you're lost. That's what I was trying to say. If you have 50 minus 18, there's a 2 in there. If you have 40 minus 18, there's a 2 in there. But if you have 51 minus 18, you can just take that 8 and that 2 and add 1. Which means your answer is 3 instead of there's a 3 in there instead of 2. If I lost you there again, you may never be helped. But that's how I do it.
I do just kind of get on with things, and I do think it's pretty worth pointing out that I don't.
There's more examples. But I just want to dab, and let's continue with this before I forget the numbers I'm supposed to be working on. And the math lesson is over. That was an in-depth. That was like a deep math lesson, you know.
I've done politics in a different way. I've tried to bring people in.
That was my attempt at explaining how I do mathematics in my head with examples. And I could go on, but I literally don't want to do the mathematics in my head. Like, I'm done for now, you know. It was the answer that was 127 and 127, or it's 128 and 125, and that's we're fine. I mathed it. We're fine.
It speaks to a wider challenge in our political culture. So it's yes.
Oh, by the way, if I lost you there, it's because the cap is 128. It should be 129, but you only get 1 point at the end because we're capping at 128. If anyone got super lost, even though they're a genius. Yeah, if the AI was trying to follow along with what I was saying, I didn't tell you that the cap is 128. So it's going to be like, where's his 129? Yeah, 123 plus 2 is 125. Like I said.
Sometimes that doesn't align with when you're trying to do something in a pragmatic way. Things can be quite day to day. You know, we're in this
magic
cycle of short clips for social media.
Okay, who needs strength? She's capped. Who needs strength?
It's hard sometimes as politicians to take a longer term approach.
Quick save.
Get one right. I want to talk about sound review.
Who needs strength? She's capped.
Special educational needs and disability. This goes to the heart of what kids and
Hello and welcome to another episode of Page 94. We're back and once again with a heavy heart we're talking about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Now, Private covered the matter very sensitively. Ian, the cover that you chose, Andrew, the Net Titans, what's the time officer? About 25 years. Now, the weird thing is, you decided this 2 or 3 days before Andrew was arrested, and the mailbag at the Eye is full of a lot of people saying, can you do us next week's lottery numbers now? So what's going on?
Well, there's a lot of suggestions that I am Mystic Meg.
Yeah.
Or the other thing they're suggesting is that I was given the tip-off. Yes. You know, my arrangements with the police are fairly complex and fairly deep, and I do request before they actually arrest people, they tell me.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid that wasn't the case. No, it's quite simply, I thought, on Monday morning, I thought, it'd be really funny if there was a picture of Andrew with a policeman. So we went through all the stock library files, and as chance would have it, there was a picture of Andrew looking at his watch next to a policeman, and there isn't a comic writer on earth who wouldn't then do the time joke.
Yeah.
And so we did.
Yeah.
3 days later,
Is that what the joke is?
he was arrested.
Yeah.
I have to say, my intuition was, because in the same issue, there's a fake account of the police going to see His Majesty the King to tell him that things are getting very serious with his brother. And Charles's actual real statement that the law must take its course struck me as pretty clear, being thrown under the royal bus, that he'd had enough of his brother, he'd had enough of this, and Thames Valley turned up, and he said, absolutely, the law must take its course. I thought it would. I didn't know it would be 2 days or 3 days, but I had a feeling at some point protection had been removed, as they say in royal circles.
What I do think is interesting is that I think both Charles and his mother were doing their best to protect the institution and the family in whatever way they could. Now, back in, until she died, the Queen's instinct was, well, let's protect the family by giving Andrew absolute immunity, brushing everything under the carpet, not acknowledge anything, provide. We don't know where the money came to pay off Virginia Giuffre. I don't think that's been yet made clear. And then Charles,
that's another thing that Charles has washed his hands off. He said it wasn't from him.
Ah, there we go. Okay,
yeah.
One name off the list.
Yeah. But he was quite keen to say that quite quickly.
Yeah. But Charles's instinct is to do exactly the reverse. But in both cases, the impulse is the same, which is protecting the institution.
Yes, I mean, in our fake account of this, Charles said that the real culprit for this hadn't yet been found, and it was in fact his mother, which is an exaggeration. But there's no doubt that they feel her approach, which you mention, was wrong, and in the end led to nothing.
Well, Flunky revealed a couple of issues ago, and then I saw was revealed again exclusively on the front page of the Daily Telegraph a couple of days ago.
Good.
The King, the Prince of Wales, as he then was, actually strongly opposed his brother's appointment as trade envoy back in 2001. He said specifically at the time, because he said all he's going to do is go after women and play golf all the time, which is exactly what happened.
Tony Blair knew better, didn't he?
A powerful figure in government who was pushing it through, not just Tony Blair, but of course Peter Mandelson as well, who,
Hi everybody, little production note from Andy here. We recorded this episode, I'd say about 2 hours before the news broke that Mr. Mandelson had been arrested, so yet again, it's a strike for the Eyes Clairvoyance Task Force. We are going to be setting up a hotline that you can ring to get your fortune told. Back to the show.
We should say exactly why Andrew's been arrested. So the offence of which he's suspected misconduct in public office is quite an odd one, and I know that, Adam, you've got a lot more experience of it, covering it than most.
Thank you. Let's be specific about it.
Because of your work on Leveson and all the News of the World journalists and their sources, for example, police officers who were paid for stories. But it is quite a weird offence. I mean, it's very old.
It's a difficult offence to prosecute. Yeah. It's been around for a long time. You have to prove a certain number of things. Interestingly, it's got to count as an abuse of the public's trust. And interestingly, it can just be willfully neglecting to perform your duty as well as doing anything kind of corrupt. So I was trying to think of an example of what this would be about. The mayor in Jaws, when he refuses to close the beaches, I reckon we could have had him on that one, probably. It is such a complicated and difficult law to prosecute under that it is actually in the process of being rewritten. There is a process going through Parliament at the moment, which is going to oblige it to include proof that you used your position to improperly benefit from that action. And that's sort of the question of it. So, I mean, sort of loosely prescribed, it could mean simply getting kind of leaks from people in any sort of public office. So that would include certainly police officers, prison officers, civil servants of any kind. Awful lot of journalists would be in an awful lot of trouble if we got prosecuted for people leaking stuff that was in the public interest. So it has to not cover that. And specifically in the case you referred to, which was the News of the World or the wider kind company of News UK, as they are now, News International then. It was civil servants, prison guards, a lot of few police officers, but I think also a lot of kind of civilian police workers who kind of had access to files and computers and things, who were prosecuted in that case because News UK turned around and grossed them all up along with a load of their own journalists because they were trying to prevent prosecutions going up to a sort of corporate level. Interesting, the side of that Rupert Murdoch's newspapers are quite keen to talk up is that all of the journalists, bar one who was later cleared on appeal, were found not guilty of the crime they were accused of, which was an even more complicated one because that was conspiracy to commit misconduct in public service. So,
but quite minor offenders on misconduct were put away.
Yes, 34 separate prosecutions resulted in people either being fined or receiving prison sentences in a lot of cases, which is the bit that News UK are a lot less keen to talk about. Interestingly, in the interconnectedness of all things, the executive who signed off on a lot of these people being grassed up to the police was Will Lewis, who has just lost his job at the Washington Post, where he was about as popular with the journalists there as the ones he was actually trying to put in prison at News UK.
So when the Times is stridently saying the law must take its course, they mean Andrew should be treated in the same way as all these other people.
Yeah, absolutely they do, yes, yeah.
And to be clear, this is about the period when he was a trade envoy, Andrew, I mean. So this is 2001, when he was appointed to 2011. And
not sex trade envoy, that wasn't then part of the description.
No,
I'm just making that clear.
But interestingly, does it have to be? I mean, that's one of the questions. I mean, if anything is defined as a public office, surely being a prince of the realm counts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Do you actually have to be on the payroll? He wasn't paid as a trade envoy, was he? Although I think the expenses were quite spectacular, and I no doubt some of the documents that are being poured over by police at the moment.
And I think it's in relation, in particular, to those alleged offences. So this is taking trade documents, government trade documents, and forwarding them, sometimes within 5 minutes, to Jeffrey Epstein or one of his associates. So briefings on reconstructing Helmand Province, which was sent over to Epstein immediately. Official trade reports for all sorts of Asian countries, which just went straight across. So those are the claims. It's nothing to do with Virginia Giuffre, for one.
No.
It's nothing to do with, as far as I can tell, any claims of sexual misconduct. It's to do with specifically these things.
Yes, and it's straightforward lifts from the disclosures in the Epstein files. It's not like, well, we're looking for evidence now. You have the evidence. It's right there.
But interestingly, the evidence is there of exactly the same thing in the case of Peter Mandelson. You know, similar things of documents, confidential cabinet briefings about the financial crisis when he was in the cabinet in 2009, just sort of being almost auto-forwarded straight on to Jeffrey Epstein.
Does an arrest grant you particular powers to conduct searches and things like that?
It does. I mean, you have to get a warrant in order to search a property. The easiest way to do that is if there is an arrest. That wasn't the case in the case of Peter Mandelson. And you can also just invite people to search, right? if you think you've got nothing to hide, or you think that might help your case in any way.
13,
Flunky's pointed out as well. I mean,
15,
the problem with being in that sort of
16,
position. I mean, there would be an awful lot in the way of written reports
21,
on the activities of Andrew.
23,
He was a trade envoy for the government, but that meant travelling along with. You know, he had the sort of full diplomatic service behind him. They would be sending ambassadors and people whose countries he'd been visiting would have been sending back an awful lot of paperwork about that. They would have been obliged to anything they thought was suspicious or dodgy going on. They'd have been obliged to report that back up.
So 9 plus 3. Here we go again. 9 plus 3 is always minus 1. 9 is minus 1 when it's plus
Flunky also pointed out Andrew had his own private secretaries, several of them.
The other trick is that when you're adding 9 to anything, it's plus 1 or minus 1. You know what I mean? 9 and 1 go together as well. That's right. There's one I forgot. Yeah, did I say that? It's 9 and 1, 8 and 2, 7 and 3, and 6 and 4. And then 5 and 5 don't count, and 0 and 0 don't count. I might not have given credit to 9 and 1, but 9 is always plus 1 or minus 1, and that's why I didn't even fucking consider it. But so like 83 plus 9, we know we're 2. Because it's minus 1, right? If you don't follow, you might never follow. But 83 plus 9, you're going minus 1 and it's 2, right? So it's got to be 92. You can just assume, like logically assume it's got to be 92. 83 plus 9. And it's just, I'm sorry. If you can't understand that, but here's the point. 9 and 1, 8 and 2, 7 and 3, 6 and 4, and then 5 and 5 and 0 and 0 just counting by 5s. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. You know? Just go.
Suggest they're kind of thinking of a Carl-Harrison Coronet style massacre at some point.
All right, so apply what I just said. If we're level 83 and we need 9 levels to cap whatever strength, that means we'll be level 92, and then so 9 minus 2 is 7. Well, 7 levels, 14 or whatever. 7 levels is not enough. So you have to pick strength or magic. Is Locke strength or magic? That's I just what do we got? Strength-based physical attacker. How do you know? He features high base speed, physical damage potential, specifically excelling with weapons. Oh, he can use Ultima weapon while having relatively low inherent magic. Really? Oh, best utilizes Genji glove, an offering to maximize his physical hits. He's best utilized as thief with Genji glove, which means 2 weapons, an offering, or which is Master Scroll, and that's, what is that? You can cast twice or something? I think relics to maximize his physical hits. Wait, I can't remember what it is. I can't even remember what it does. Hold on. It doesn't. It's attack 4 times. No, Master Scroll is attack 4 times. That I know it now. Yeah, it strikes 4 times. God, I remember now. Right, because he can wear Genji glove and Master's Scroll, and he can wear Ultima weapon and another knight blade like Valiant Knight or something else. He should be physical. Yeah, I understand, and that's because he has really good base, a high base speed is what they're saying, telling us, and physical damage potential. I buy it. I'll buy it. So that means we can't give him too much magic. I almost don't want to bring him with. I'll quick save. I'll save it here and then let's go. And we'll see how I can do here. Hold on a second. I'm going to turn this off. They're doing gypsy news.
essentially saying, yeah, it was him, and the law must now take its course. So you don't really get a much higher authority in the land in terms of naming of suspects than the king, do you?
So all that middle-aged man who lives in, well, he lives in, well...
I mean, it was a bit of
A few houses,
They said a man
yeah.
in his 60s, and we're searching properties in palaces in Windsor and in Berkshire and in Norfolk. So yeah,
That's brilliant.
Wasn't that difficult to put the jigsaw together.
But Charles made absolutely sure.
Yeah, absolutely there. Which credit should also go actually to the photographer, freelance photographer Terry Harris, who'd been camping out outside Sandringham just to see if anything happened and spotted the unmarked police cars going in. Separate to the other brilliant photographer who took what will now, along with that photo of Virginia Giuffre upstairs at Ghislaine Maxwell's house with Andrew, become like kind of the iconic, absolutely extraordinary photo. His name was Phil Noble. Do you want to know an interesting fact about Phil Noble?
Yeah.
He was one of the Liverpool gang on children's show Why Don't You? Do you remember Why Don't You? Just switch off the television set and go and do something less boring instead? And he has gone on. He has. He absolutely has.
The day that Andrew was arrested has been well reported, his 66th birthday. And it's also the day, of course, that he became eligible for his state pension. Until now, we know he's been surviving just on his Navy pension, which is about £20,000 a year, so there'll be an extra 230 quid a week coming in.
Will that cover the chef and the valet?
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. He can economise. And he's still got the winter fuel allowance, of course, which is good.
There are two schools at the moment, aren't there? I'm sure Adam's covered this on the street. There's either this is the worst threat to royals ever, or hurrah for Charles, he's acted promptly and well.
Right.
And this will stabilise the
After
monarchy.
15 years, as
Yes.
we were saying.
And did you see Kate at the BAFTA? She looked great. Which again is an argument in favour of the monarchy.
It does seem like accountability is optional for the monarchy.
We should wrap up soon, but Ian, I know that as we started this conversation with this week's very prescient cover, and people have been writing in saying it's not Mystic Meg, it's insightful Ian. Is there anything else? Have you seen anything else through the veil?
Well, interestingly, just as you open that magazine from the cover, there is a piece about Peter Mandelson's firm Global Counsel saying, "Is it about to shut down? Hey presto, it's in administration." I'm just saying.
Much mourned by all of us, I know. Yep, there it is. Global cooling.
Sort of a cross between journalism and voodoo dolls. What should we predict next time?
That's it for this episode of Page 94. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you to Ian, Adam and Rachel. And if you would like to read more stories about either Andy we've been covering, hello and welcome to another episode of Page 94. My name's Andrew Hunter-Murray and I'm here in the iStudio with Adam McQueen, Ian Hislop and Rachel Clay. And we have got a special bumper episode today about two blokes called Andrew. There are no prizes for guessing who one of them is, but the other is extremely interesting. So, Rachel, in the back pages of Private Eye over the last few issues, there have been stories about a solicitor whose name is Andrew Milne.
We have called him in the magazine a litigious bully, and I would say that's a pretty fair description. He brings litigation against anyone unlucky enough to be in a contract with him, and he uses his legal knowledge and his knowledge of the legal system to sort of extract money from people.
For himself?
For himself, yes.
Yeah. I mean, we're used to solicitors
Yes.
litigating other people, but this is personal.
So I give you a couple of examples. He moved house. A removals firm moved his stuff and stored some of his stuff afterwards. This removals firm was bought up by another company. It sent him an invoice with the old company's company number and company name, which you might not think a great crime.
It's kind of a procedural
A clerical error,
Yeah.
reissue the invoice, whatever. Not to Andrew Milne, it represented an opportunity. And he sent various letters to the directors of this firm. He alleged data theft. He alleged invoicing fraud. He said he was going to bring a class action worth millions for all the defrauded customers.
Because all the other customers might have received the
Yes.
wrong company name and number on the
And
invoice
it was
as
on
well.
the website, so therefore, like
Right.
a massive claim worth millions, he said. So he finds these technical errors, essentially, and then he masses up the costs of fighting it and says, do you know what, I'll settle. The settlement he offered in this case was a public apology I don't know who to. £130,000 and free storage until 2030. Which is a nice touch, I thought. The company didn't settle. They did fight it. It cost them a lot of money. The best part of 100 grand, they say.
It must be utterly terrifying as a kind of small business owner. I mean, if you're just running a removals firm or something,
Yes.
you get what appear to be, you know, sort of very legalese letters from a qualified lawyer. It's not something you ever think you're going to have to fight. It must take over your life.
Well, now let's talk about the Sheffield houses, because I think that really illustrates the case.
Yes.
So he had bought the freeholds of leasehold houses in Sheffield and I think Bolton and perhaps some other areas as well, at about sort of between £300 and £400 a pop. They're not worth much. They're sort of 800-year leases. The ground rent is about £8.50 a year and you can't put it up. They're not worth much, only to the person who lives there. And then he started sending letters to some of the homeowners saying, well, you've broken the terms of your lease, that's a nice kitchen extension you've got, or you've changed your windows, I didn't give my permission, you know, you could forfeit your home if you've broken the lease. But don't worry, because you can buy the freehold for me, it'll be £25,000. You've got 14 days to agree and 14 days to pay.
And he did this multiple times.
He did this multiple times. So some people spent the money on legal advice. He didn't really have a claim. Damages would be tiny. There was no significant breach of the lease. It had timed out, whatever. But other people were very frightened and coughed up. I mean, there was a tale of a woman in her 80s who borrowed £25,000 in an emergency loan to pay him off. There was an eye reader who got in touch. His mum was 92 in fine, fit fettle. She got one of these very aggressive letters. I've read it. It's scary. They got legal advice and they didn't pay up, but she did have a stroke. So it's horrible. It's horrible.
Reading these stories, it kind of reminded me, you often sort of forget the purpose of the law, which, if used well, protects people.
Yes.
And this is an example of someone finding any kind of procedural wriggle through to use it for ill. I mean,
I
know
think
you
so.
laughed at that, Ian. Like, I know you're used to people using the law for ill, but it's just staggering to read how much. I mean, he spent about £120,000, give or take, on the freeholds that he bought. You know, averaging it out, he's spending a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know, he's speculating, I presume, to accumulate a lot more. I mean, if you said at least six people have fallen for the 25 grand thing, so he would have already made his money back.
Yes.
With just 6 out of 280 odd freeholds.
Yeah.
And this was already a system that was kind of like sort of rife for misuse, was it? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. The government are looking into the leasehold and freehold system at the moment.
Oh yes, but I'm a bit cross about this because they're reforming leasehold. It's a slow and tricky process, and I'm glad that it's happening, and they are doing it quite carefully.
Just take us through for a second, because it's one of these things you don't find out about until you've bought a house, and I'm sure there are lots of listeners who don't know. So the difference between freehold and a leasehold: the freehold is essentially owning the building,
the
and the
land,
ground it's
the
on,
building,
isn't it?
the lot. Leasehold, not only do you sort of not own the fabric or the land, but you own it. It's a long rent. There's an end to it, and then it goes back. So if that's 900 years, that's all right. If that's 90 years, that's sort of not all right, because the value of the property starts to fall because it's...
And then you have to renegotiate with the freeholder to say, can I extend it?
Yes, and you pay more. It's called marriage value, and that is part of what's getting abolished, which is a good thing. But there is a little sort of subsector of this leasehold reform. So if you live in a leasehold flat, and somebody wants to sell the freehold, they have to offer it to you first. It's called the right of first refusal. You get told it's for sale and you can buy it. If you live in a leasehold house, you don't have that right, for no reason that I can understand. So there are websites where you might have a nice photo of your house and the freehold of this house is for sale. You don't know it's for sale. The first you know is when some unscrupulous person like Andrew Milne puts a letter through your door saying, I am now your freeholder. I did contact the Ministry for Housing, say, are you going to reform this? Because
And tell me, Rachel, they said, you're quite right, Rachel, how stupid it was. I think we must immediately change this.
I think you may be able to tell the answer to that. They sent back a very nice reply that they're reforming leasehold and it's all going to be much better. But no, they are not reforming that. It just leaves open the door to exploitative and unscrupulous folk. Not everyone's going to act like an Andrew Milne, but what's stopping them? I suppose. By
And
the way, what is stopping them? Well,
Regulation.
one of the things that ought to be stopping them would be the regulator. So that's the Solicitors Regulation Authority. The local MP up in Sheffield Hallam, Olivia Blake, she's reported Milne to the police, to South Yorkshire Police, over these aggressive letters. Others have been trying to sort of get the SRA, the Solicitors Regulation Authority, to clip the wings of Andrew Milne for a very long time. So there was a judge 2 years ago who did a judgment in a case that he was involved in, the Crown House litigation.
Said his behaviour had been disgraceful and inexcusable, I think.
Yes.
I mean, that's quite... you've been at the end of some harsh judgments at the time, haven't you? And that's quite full on.
Another report in the Eye said they've been investigating him since 2018.
By 2021, Andrew Milne had submitted 184 complaints against the regulator to it, and 184, and applied for 2 injunctions insisting that it investigate his complaints before it investigate and regulate him.
The SRA claims it is urgently considering restricting his practicing licence. What are they waiting for?
I think you misunderstand the term urgent.
Such a naive...
Well, I do have news.
Oh, okay.
Because last Wednesday in fact, they finally got around to putting some interim restrictions on his practicing licence. Essentially, the SRA is waiting until he's just been found guilty of stalking. It's waiting for this. We're going to come on to
I hope we can't just throw away. He's just been found guilty of stalking, Rachel.
Yes, well, spoiler alert. Yeah, he was charged with stalking a young gentleman called Daniel Cloak, who had a legal blog called Mouse in the Court, bombarding him with emails between March and August 2024, I think about 120 emails. The main themes of the emails are, I'm going to sue you and I want you to go on a date with me. And
it's an interesting approach, isn't it?
It's
okay, suing people into a relationship with you.
You might think it a doomed combo. There was a voicemails on his birthday, happy birthday Daniel. Daniel Cloak never gave him his phone number or his address. And there was also, ultimately, a visit to Daniel Cloak's home and a rather menacing note
Cyan is 124.
door, which we'll get
Here we
to.
go.
Just a tenor of the
128.
emails that
Let's
he
do
was
this.
sending,
Easy.
only one of which Daniel Cloak ever replied to. One of them said, I've got a property in Wales. Come and visit me in Wales. We'll, spend some time together. And I won't sue you for 14 days either side of the visit. What a charming, irresistible offer. Another one said, let's go for a weekend in a hotel and I'll transfer £1,000 into your bank account in the morning. It's a bit grim, isn't it? A bit grim. But that's not all. That's not all. Andrew Milne came to the house. There's doorbell footage of him loitering outside. He's got a brown envelope in his hand. It might be court papers. But what we do know is that when Daniel Cloak got home that night, there was a handwritten note pushed through the letterbox. And it said, where are you?
Let me tell you something.
Lol, lol.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you some serious words of wisdom. And I have to stop moving this. It's falling off. If anyone on the news ever tells you anything about cancer, don't believe them. Straight up hardcore. I mean this hardcore. If any person, no matter who they are, if they ever tell you anything about cancer on the news, do not believe them. And they should be suspect for being Nazis. Anyone ever. They're all in the Epstein files. All of those cancer charities are in the Epstein files, killing little children and eating them for cannibalism meat. All right, so if anyone ever says anything about cancer, never believe it. Never, ever believe it. On the news, on the radio, anyone ever. That's the best advice you'll hear all day, maybe all year, maybe your whole life.
So, he's been found guilty by a judge.
Yes.
I don't care what story Because do you know why? In the 90s, we used to hold a flashlight like this. We would hold a flashlight like this up to our face and tell a scary story that no one has ever heard of. And I'm telling you right now that we don't do that anymore. Nobody ever, it's like checking your answering machine. Nobody ever tells a scary story anymore. And that's why we need cancer, because there's this like need in idiots to tell this like scary story, and then they ripped her chest out and they found all these cancer nodules and adenoids and globules, and nobody ever talks about poisoning, how they poison people with poison. It's just it's the best advice you'll ever hear, that to never believe anything anyone tells you about cancer, because they're just in the camp. They had they had some s'mores, and they're around the campfire, and they're just telling you a scary story about their aunt, who they hate, My whole life, people have talked and talked and talked about cancer, and we finally figured out it was all fake. You're either poisoned, or you have an STD, or someone's trying to kill you. That's it. Those are the three options. Poison is real. You can poison people to death instantly, and it looks like cancer. STDs are real, ma'am. If you have sex with enough people, you're going to look like you have cancer and die from STDs. Or STIs, sexually transmission, whatever. In England, it's a different thing. And in America, it's a different thing, Whatever you call it. Those are your options. You either got poisoned, you have crazy STDs, or someone in the hospital is trying to kill you because you're on Epstein's island list. Those are your options with your cancer treatment.
To make sure that solicitors don't abuse I suppose, the privileges they have as legal practitioners with their knowledge of the law, and it's not doing that. It's supposed to protect the public, and it hasn't. I mean, I've spoken to people who've
Crazy STDs, ma'am. Right? Poison that you poison people with. Those are your options. Epstein files. Those are your options when you have cancer.
There's got to be an argument for the entire justice system just being handed over to private eye.
I'm afraid the fact that he is a solicitor, that's enough evidence.
A proven lawyer.
Your aunt isn't going to be like, I have a lethal STD. Like, I got so many STDs that, like, they're lethal when you catch them. No, people believe in Cancer and Sagittarius and Aquarius and, sex.
Shows Andrew, the Net Titans. What's the time, officer? About 25 years.
Let me turn it off.
The weird thing is,
Turn it off.
you decided this
Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off.
before Andrew was arrested, and the
Off,
mailbag
off,
of the
off.
Eye is full of a lot of people saying, "Can you do us next week's lottery numbers now?" So what's
Off,
going
off,
on?
Well,
off.
there's a lot of suggestions that I am Mystic Meg.
Turn it off.
Or the other thing they're suggesting is that I was given the tip off.
Yes.
My arrangements with the police are fairly complex and fairly deep, and I do request before I
Off,
actually arrest
off,
people, they tell me.
off, as they say.
But I'm afraid that wasn't the case. But no, it's quite simple.
Yeah.
former Duke of York and Special Trade Envoy, and the former Business Secretary, First Secretary of State, and Ambassador to the United States. Their association with Epstein and their actions on his behalf, while trusted with the privilege of public office, are a stain on our country.
Colleagues and many civil servants have told me their own stories of their interactions with Mr. Mountbatten Windsor, and they all betray the same pattern. A man on a constant self-aggrandizing and self-enriching hustle. A rude, arrogant and entitled man who could not distinguish between the public interest, which he said he served, and his own private interest.
Okay,
when deference tips over into subservience, it can be terribly dangerous because the victims don't get heard, respected or understood in the same way as those with grand titles do.
The appalling crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and his associates have rightly stunned the whole world. The scale of Epstein's operation was shocking, selling human beings for sex, turning hundreds of young women and girls into victims and survivors. And it is those women who are at the front of our minds today as we finally seek transparency, truth and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor shamed our country and the royal family. But for too long, members of Parliament were barred from even raising criticisms of him, let alone properly scrutinising his role as trade envoy. Because of the outdated tradition that mentions of any member of the royal family in this House must, in the words of the previous speaker, be, and I quote, very rare, very sparing, and very respectful. I encountered this firsthand back in 2011, when I was asked to respond to a German debate on behalf of Lord Green, who was then the Minister for Trade and Investment. The German was brought by the late Paul Flynn. But even he, an ardent and outspoken Republican, as I'm sure many of us remember, wasn't allowed to raise any actual concerns about Andrew himself. Paul called it a negative privilege, and that's what it was. He said his mouth was bandaged by archaic rules, and that had very real and damaging consequences. And I'm pleased to see the Minister in this place, because I know he was also constrained by those rules when he raised similar issues. And in that debate, Epstein's name wasn't even mentioned once. There was no chance to debate the substance. And standing in for the responsible minister, I set out the government's position as it had been for a decade, in support of the Prince's role as the trade envoy. Looking back, and knowing what we all know now, I'm horrified by it. I can't imagine what it must have been like for the survivors and their families to hear Andrew praised like that, as they heard so often all around the world. So I apologise to them, and I'm determined to change things. Mr. Speaker, I was struck by the words of Amanda Roberts, Virginia Giuffre's sister-in-law, after Andrew was arrested last week. She said this could be a stain on the royal family for the rest of our history, or, quote, it could be a moment where they and we decide that this is the time when cultural change happens. And as a staunch supporter of His Royal Highness the King and the royal family, I believe we must help to bring about that cultural change now.
Would you give way? I'm most grateful to the leader of the Liberal Democrats for giving way. He's making a powerful speech. I'm sure we'll agree that decades of deferential, frankly, sycophantic treatment by Parliament and state authorities are being exposed as having enabled Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to behave as though he were untouchable. And I'm sure he will join me in calling on the government to introduce independent oversight of those members of the royal family who undertake official duties and require both transparency and scrutiny over anything from now on paid for by the state, because apparently they work for us.
I'm grateful for that intervention. We must build a culture of transparency and accountability. I think that is essential. And I hope we as a House will look at ending the archaic negative privilege rules Paul Flynn spoke about, remove the bandages from our mouths. And today, free of those bandages in relation to Andrew, our motion focuses on finally getting the truth out about his role as Special Representative for trade and investment. I'll give way again.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, can I commend the right honourable member for bringing, and his party for bringing this forward. Commend him for the way that he interviewed on TV this morning. It certainly, he doesn't just speak for this House, he speaks for this nation. And we're all greatly shocked at what has taken place, but does he agree as well? King Charles, Queen Camilla, Edward, Sophie, William, Kate are members of the royal family at this time who also need our support. And does he agree that perhaps maybe now is a time to tell them that we in this House love them, that this nation loves them, and that we understand the pain that they're suffering, and our support is with those members of the royal family who are above this and above this reproach.
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman's intervention. I think he probably speaks for the whole House. And indeed, the intention of this debate is to bring this House together. And the changes that we think are necessary would indeed protect the royal family and strengthen the monarchy, which in some places is being criticised, and I think it's important, and that's why we need these reforms. But, Mr. Speaker, if I can go back to the motion, because it focuses at the start of this, at the appointment of the former Prince Andrew to this role back in 2001. We've seen the reporting that the King, then Prince of Wales, expressed his concerns about that appointment. More alarmingly, we have read that Peter Mandelson wrote to the then Prime Minister Tony Blair, as his former Trade Secretary, pushing for Andrew's appointment. One friend of Epstein lobbying for a job for another friend of Epstein, a job that might help Epstein enrich himself. So we clearly need to get to the bottom of that appointment and the role Mandelson himself played in it. And only the papers demanded by this motion will allow us to do that. We need them published as soon as possible, without delay. And then there are the many questions about Andrew's conduct in the role, now subject to a criminal investigation. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, as you said, we do not want to jeopardise that investigation with anything we say today. We must let the police get on with their work, especially for Epstein's victims, survivors and their families. They deserve to see justice done at last. But I would just highlight one example of the way Jeffrey Epstein sought to use Andrew's role as trade envoy to enrich himself. Happy to give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. My right honourable friend talks about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's role as a trade envoy. When I was working overseas for the British Council, Mountbatten-Windsor came to an exhibition that I was putting on about Dolly the sheep, which was a fine example of British scientific innovation. Mountbatten-Windsor stood up in front of Japanese dignitaries and business people and said, "This is rubbish, this is Frankenstein's sheep." Would my right honourable friend agree with me that that's a very poor example of promoting British trade interests?
Well, I'm grateful for my honourable friend's intervention. It shows that not only some of the scandals that we've heard about are things that we need to focus on, but if the trade envoy was actually speaking against British commercial interests, that raises even greater questions. And I hope not just this debate, but other debates in select committees and elsewhere will get to the bottom of that issue. But I was saying I would like to highlight one example of how Jeffrey Epstein sought to use Andrew's role as trade envoy to enrich himself. Channel 4 uncovered emails in the Epstein files in which Epstein was trying to meet the Libyan dictator Gaddafi in the dying months of the Gaddafi regime to help him find somewhere to put his money. I think something the minister actually raised at the time. In other words, Epstein looked at the deadly crisis in Libya and saw a chance to make some money. And he thought his friend Andrew could help. And this is what it says in one of the emails. I wondered if PA could make the intro. A few weeks later, Andrew wrote back, Libya fixed. Though the Epstein-Gaddafi meeting doesn't appear to have happened, it does show clearly what these relationships were all about for Epstein, increasing his own wealth and power. The idea that the role of special trade envoy for our United Kingdom may have been used to help him do that, to help a vile paedophile sex trafficker enrich himself, is truly sickening. And again, I want to pay tribute to the minister who tried to raise this at the time, like his colleague, the late Paul Flynn, And it shows, again, why we need to change the rules of this House that govern debate here and ministers. I give way.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for giving way. I posed the question. Sorry, the Leader of the Liberal Democrats. I stand corrected. It's coming. I thank the Leader of the Liberal Democrats for giving way. I asked the question to the Chief Secretary yesterday in this House about the speed of bringing legislation forward. Victims, members of the House, members of the Lords, we all need this process to be done as swiftly as possible. I just wonder if you agree that whatever happens with Andrew or anybody else, do you also agree that the Chief Secretary's comments that we do need to bring this forward and that we need to keep pushing to get legislation swiftly, not in years to come?
Well, I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's intervention, both for his Freudian slip and indeed for his suggestion that we do need to speed up action in this area. But if I can begin to conclude, Mr. Speaker, in many ways this is the first truly global scandal, from the White House in Silicon Valley to Oslo and Paris. But it's also a deeply British scandal, reaching right to the top of the British establishment. Because can there be many people more symbolic of the rot that eats away at the British establishment than the former Duke of York and Special Trade Envoy, and the former Business Secretary, First Secretary of State, and Ambassador to the United States? Their association with Epstein and their actions on his behalf, while trusted with the privilege of public office, are a stain on our country. Today we must begin to clean away that stain with the disinfectant of transparency. Because whether it is the President of the United States and his Commerce Secretary, or Peter Mandelson and Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, or Epstein himself, their victims and survivors have seen those responsible evade accountability and escape justice for far too long. I desperately hope that is ending now, and I hope the House will approve this motion.
The question is, that's on the order paper. I call the Minister, Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear from the outset, we support this motion today. Frankly, it is the least we owe the victims of the horrific abuse that was perpetrated by Jeffrey Epstein and others. The abuse that was enabled, aided and abetted by a very extensive group of arrogant, entitled and often very wealthy individuals in this country and elsewhere. It's not just the people who participated in the abuse, it's the many, many more who turned a blind eye out of greed, familiarity or deference. To my mind, they too were complicit, just as complicit, and I welcome the reckoning that is coming to them now. I doubt there is anyone in this House who is not shocked and appalled by the recent allegations. Colleagues and many civil servants have told me their own stories of their interactions with Mr. Mountbatten Windsor, and they all betray the same pattern. A man on a constant...
I don't care about heart conditions either, unless they're induced by poison.
...and entitled man who could not distinguish between the public interest, which he said he served,
or parasite, or nuclear fusion, whatever they got.
They were absolutely delighted and excited to meet a member of the royal family, but he insisted on coming by helicopter, unlike his mother, who came twice to the Ronda and always came by car. He left early and he showed next to no interest in the young people. That is, of course, Mr. Speaker, not a crime, nor is arrogance, fortunately, I suppose. Of course, we knew much of this, much of what is now in the public domain, actually a very long time ago. And I say very
Yeah, I don't believe in heart health. I don't even really believe in heart health, you know, like we had this thing called jump rope for heart, and they just wanted to see who could jump rope. You know, unlike Hank Green or whatever. Like, I don't really even believe in heart health. Like, I have a feeling that, you know, your heart can really sort of do things that, you know, people don't even know. especially if you're me. I mean, if you have blonde hair and blue eyes and you're me, you're 100% Swedish. You know what I mean? You don't have to fucking worry about these dudes. You know, like if you're half, half and half of whatever, you got to worry about sickle cell disease and you got to worry about vitiligo, and you got to worry about all these things. If you got type A blood and type B blood with your mother and your father and they mix together, you got problems. But people who are like 100% Swedish like me, fuck your heart health. I don't care what the fuck happens.
And many other issues besides. I'm afraid the willful blindness of far too many at that time was absolutely spectacular, and it still angers me. The then Prime Minister, the then Home Secretary, and many others in government defended Andrew time and time and time again. I was repeatedly told off, both in the chamber and outside the chamber. John Humphreys, the broadcaster, actually told me on the Today programme on the 7th of March, I think honourable members will be shocked by this, that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't quite a paedophile, drawing a distinction between sexual abuse of prepubescent and other children. Dominic Lawson, writing in the Sunday Times on the 11th of March, defended Andrew and made the same distinction between Epstein's involvement with teenage girls and paedophilia, since, as he put it, none of the girls was prepubescent. Although he did at least admit that both were sordid and exploitative. I gently suggest that that is the least of what we have seen. So let me be absolutely clear. All of this happened after the photograph of Andrew with his arm around Virginia Giuffre was published in the Mail on Sunday on the 27th of February 2011. It is after the allegations, not before. Well, I'll give a word there and then to the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way, and I entirely agree with him in relation to the abhorrence of the comments that were in the media back then. But does he also agree with me that we still have a degree of that problem now, that often in the media we talk about underage girls, where actually what we're talking about is children? And does he agree with me that we should be ensuring that when we talk about Epstein's crimes, we talk about the children that were involved?
100%, and I think we should also be referring to statutory rape, because that is what it is. And statutory rape is no better than any other kind of rape. It is rape. End of story.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way, speaking very powerfully about this issue, and has a strong track record, one of the strongest track records in standing up on these types of issues. I have asked that the government release the files concerning whatever his new name is, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, when he was a trade envoy. That request has been refused. Can I ask gently the Minister to review that decision, and to ask that all of these files, in the new spirit of openness and transparency, that those files are open for all to see?
Of course, I completely respect my honourable friend, and he's made this point several times, not only in the chamber but also to me privately. And I agree with him. That is the direction of travel that we're going in, and that's why we agree with the humble address today as it's been presented. We're not standing in the way. We will do everything we can to comply with that as fast as we possibly can. I will come on to a couple of caveats a little bit later, but I just want to pursue the point about what we knew in the past. Because the leader of the Liberal Democrats quite rightly said that on the 7th, that Paul Flynn had a debate on the 4th of May, to which he responded as not actually as the Minister responsible, but standing in for the Minister responsible. But actually, Paul Flynn also had another debate on the 17th of March in Westminster Hall, which was granted to him by the Backbench Business Committee, which had relatively recently then been set up. And he concluded, because he was finding it very difficult to make any of the allegations that he wanted to make because of the rules of the House, that there really is no point in continuing with the debate. That is a direct quote from him. And in fact, the then Deputy Leader of the House, David Heath, who was another Liberal Democrat member of the government at the time, made the point that, as I think Mr. Speaker has been made both by Mr. Burko and by yourself, that if there is a substantive motion, of course we can make these comments in relation to certain members, but it has to be a substantive motion, and you have to find a means of being able to table that motion, as indeed we have a substantive motion today. And then, following that, Paul Flynn tried to get a substantive motion, which was then the debate, but it was actually an adjournment debate on the 4th of May, which is therefore not a substantive motion again, and he struggled again, and this is what he said in that debate. The Speaker would quite rightly abide by the rules of the House and tell me I was not allowed to make any derogatory statements that might affect the envoy, his personality or his name. It is an illustration of how demeaned we are as politicians and members of Parliament that I am allowed to make any points about the damage that is done only in an oblique way by discussing the effects of the holder of the office, his role and the comments that are being made. And of course he felt furious, angry. He wrote a great book about being an MP, which I commend to all honourable members. And the Right Honourable Member, as he knows, he responded to that debate as follows. I, for one, believe that the Duke of York does an excellent job as the UK's Special Representative for International Trade and Investment. He promotes UK business interests around the world and helps to attract inward investment. He went on at some length and then added at the end, he has made a valuable contribution in developing significant opportunities for British business through the role and continues to do so. I just say gently to him, I think if he'd followed the debates in the public domain at the time, he would have known better than to have made those comments. I won't go any further, but well, I'm happy to give way if he wants.
Well, the Minister knows that I apologise for that comment. Taking a brief from someone else, I really wish I hadn't said those words because I'm thinking about the victims. And I praised him for the role he took. I hope he will acknowledge that 2 months after that debate, Andrew left that role, and that was right that he did. And the government, I wasn't privy to those discussions, but the government did get rid of him.
Yes, he left his post in July, I think, of 2011. It could have come soon enough for many of us, and it is a regret, I think, to many that the government wasn't able to listen faster and to act faster at that time. Mr. Speaker, what I believe this whole sorry saga shows is that deference can be a toxic presence in the body politic. Of course, we always seek to respect others. We look for the best in others. There was another instance in that first debate that shows the generosity we often show, and I have told the Honourable Member that I'm going to raise this. The Right Honourable Member for New Forest East, who is a gentleman to his fingertips, and is always a very magnanimous fellow, said, does the Minister agree that one reason why the Duke of York has considerable credibility is his distinguished record as a former member of the Fleet Air Arm who gave valuable service in the Falklands War? That shows a degree of commitment over and above any inherited responsibilities that he might be considered to have. Of course, I understand the point that the Right Honourable Member was making back then in 2011. But of course, the fear is that when deference tips over into subservience, it can be terribly dangerous because the victims don't get heard, respected or understood in the same way as those with grand titles do. And this, of course, has implications for this House, as the Right Honourable Member said. Mr. Speaker, of course, the conduct of business in this House is entirely a matter for you and interpreting with the clerks the Erskine May and the standing orders. I only repeat the words of Paul Flynn in 2011, who denounced what he called censorship on honourable members discussing an issue of great importance. I know you too would want to denounce such censorship. I want to issue one caveat about the motion today. The government will of course comply with the terms of the humble address in full. As I say, we support the motion. But as the House will know, there is a live police investigation into the former Duke of York after his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The House will also be aware that following that arrest on the 19th of February, Buckingham Palace issued a statement on behalf of the King. His Majesty emphasised that the law must take its course and that the Palace will provide its full and wholehearted support and cooperation. The statement concluded with a commitment that His Majesty and the royal family would continue in their duty and service to the nation. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that is a sentiment that the whole House will support. As the police have rightly said, it is absolutely crucial that the integrity of their investigation is protected. And now these proceedings are underway, it would be wrong of me to say anything that might prejudice them. Nor will the government be able to put into the public domain anything that is required by the police for them to conduct their inquiries unless and until the police are satisfied. I'm sure the Honourable Member would agree with that point. Yes, of course.
I agree with everything he's saying, but I think what's worrying
quite a lot of us, and not just concerning Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but Mandelson as well, is that because of these ongoing police investigations, and because the wheels of justice grind exceedingly slow, it might be years before we see any of these papers. And I just really want to have an assurance from the government that they will do their utmost, despite what he just said about the police investigation, to ensure there's full transparency, because actually scandals are made much, much worse by any sense of cover-up.
I couldn't agree more with the Honourable Gentleman. I want to make sure that we move as fast as we possibly can, but I also want to make sure that justice does happen, and I don't want to do anything that would undermine the police investigations. I hope that they will be able to move as swiftly as possible, and we will certainly cooperate with them as swiftly as possible. I should just say it's worth bearing in mind that the documents that might be envisaged in this are mostly 25 years old, some of them a bit earlier. They may be substantial in number, and many of them will be in hard copy. So I hate to add to the Right Honourable Member's fears about the speed with which things may be able to happen. But I think we would all want to make sure that we do all of this in a proper fashion. All of that, yes, of course.
Giving way, and as a point of clarification regarding the police investigations, he might have seen the intervention that Gordon Brown made on Sunday.
You can mimic slam from the Yeti.
To consider widening the probe on the basis of files that had been released as part of the data dump. One of the questions that's arisen, and I appreciate he won't be able to comment on what those police forces are planning to do or not do, but that all government departments, including the Ministry of Defence and including the Department for Transport, would be fully cooperative with anything that they would need. Could he give the assurance that every single department, without fear or favour, will give them whatever they need if they wish to widen the investigation?
We will do two things. First of all, we will seek to comply with the humble address as soon as we possibly can, given the caveat that I've already issued about the police investigation. We will also make sure that every single part of government cooperates entirely with both the Thames Valley Police and any other investigations by any other police forces, police force that there may be, on whatever they may be investigating. It's not for me as a government minister to instruct the police what they should or shouldn't investigate, or point them in one direction or another. Former Prime Ministers have a different set of responsibilities, so she's quite right. I don't want to undermine the investigation, but I also don't want to delay it in any way, and we will make sure that every department... yes, I don't want to give way to every single member of the Liberal Democrats, but I will, of course.
127.
Thank the Minister greatly. Would he agree with me that it's actually timely, right now, that the government presses ahead with the Public Office Accountability Bill, which allows the Amendment 23, which is blocking everything at the moment, seems to be a way through and to ensure that we have transparency and openness, but there is the security that the government can be assured, as can other members of the House, that anything that is subject to matters of intelligence or security, and indeed matters related to the police investigation, will not be released. There seems to be there's an answer in the government's hands, and I know not why they are waiting and waiting and waiting to get this sorted.
I'm not sure. She might have to repeat to me what she thinks the answer that is thus far evading me might be.
If I may, I will just say that actually this all relates. I could talk to him also about the whistleblower office for an independent office for a whistleblower. It is the matter that people should be able to reveal what they know. They should tell the truth. I think it's shocking that we have to have legislation.
There you go. This is it.
Actually, this is it. But actually, all of this falls into the same remit, in that people should be free to declare exactly what it is they know, that papers should be released, but you have an independent judge, which is what happens at the moment, and is what is in this number 23 amendment. An independent judge, High Court judge, says what may and may not be released.
Can I just suggest we shorten interventions rather than making speeches, Minister?
I think I just want to return, Mr. Speaker, to what I said earlier, which the government will be... We will put everything into the public domain when we can. I don't want to do so at a time which would make it impossible for the police to secure the proper processes that they need to be able to do. I'm not sure that adding an intervening person helps that process, but I'm happy to listen if she catches your eye later on in the debate. And Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House, I'll be responding to the debate as well. So I'm very happy to answer lots of questions. I'm all right.
So specifically on this point, I'm grateful that the Minister is very willing to say that he will comply with the terms of this motion, but is also trying to manage expectations about the speed in which the government may act. He will know that there will nonetheless still be some members of the public who will view that with some suspicion and alarm. They will be worried that the government might be trying to long grass it or put it in the too hard basket. Could the Minister commit either now or by the end of the debate that the government will regularly update this House so that opposition parties don't have to repeatedly bring ministers to the House through urgent questions? Could he agree perhaps to set out by the end of this debate how often the government would intend to inform this House about regular updates?
I'm very happy to commit now to updating the House as often as I possibly can in a way that is informative to the House. But she's quite right that I am slightly trying to manage people's expectations about timeliness, partly because of the quantity of material and because there is a live police investigation, and I just don't want to jeopardise that. If there are things that, I will in a moment, if there are things that are embarrassing to the government, that's who cares? I want to make sure that we end up getting the proper justice that is necessary for the victims, and that means that we have to have a proper police procedure. If there are charges brought, then that has to go through a judicial process as well, and I don't want to undermine that. But of course, I'm very happy both in a private way and publicly to update the House when I have anything possible to say. Now, I am trying to get to the end of my speech, and people normally like it when I get to the end of my speech. So. And I see I've united the House, Mr. Speaker. So, but I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I understand the concern about not treading upon the police investigation.
And then we're going to.
But surely the police investigation is about the conduct of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor in the role, whereas this humble address is about the appointment and the process of appointment. Is there not a distinction there, which means that this humble address of itself should not unduly impede any police investigation or be hindered by it?
Counters on. Quick save.
Well, if he doesn't mind, I'm quite happy to explain to him out of the chamber precisely why I disagree with him, because I don't. Again, if I were to explain more fully in the chamber, I think that might not be very helpful to either the police or the criminal process. But I'm very happy to explain to him outside the chamber, and I think he might come back in and agree with me. I think he might. Just sometimes he agrees with me. He agrees. Not very often, but anyway. You know, small mercies and all, Mr. Speaker, I also want to make it absolutely clear to the House that the former Duke of York's role as a special trade representative was very different to the one performed by the government's current trade envoys. This has often been confused, I think, in the public discussion at the moment. Trade envoys today are appointed by ministers with a formalised set of rules of conduct. They are unpaid. They work with my department on attracting and retaining inward investment while supporting UK firms to take full advantage of new trade opportunities. They are all members of either this House or another House. And I have recently emphasised to all of those trade envoys the importance of maximising the programme's impact on ensuring that it aligns completely with the goals of our trade and industrial strategies. They are under the same obligations as ministers in adhering to departmental restrictions, guidelines and confidentiality clauses, the same ones outlined in the ministerial code. In sum, trade envoys play an important role in boosting economic growth, delivering our industrial and trade strategies and helping British business to export. I'll stress this again, Mr. Speaker, the role held by Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was not a trade envoy position as we would understand it today, and I'm enormously grateful to the trade envoys today who go beyond the call of duty in promoting UK PLC. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's role was a separate one entitled UK Special Representative for International Trade and Investment. Mr. Speaker, there is unanimous agreement across this House that those who may be guilty of misconduct in public office should face the full force of the law.
Shit.
That applies to everyone, regardless of who they are or how they were appointed. This was a point made by my right honourable friend prior to the news of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's arrest. One of the core principles of our constitutional system is the rule of law. That means that everyone is equal under the law and nobody is above the law. I share the anger, the disgust expressed by many at the alleged behaviour of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. What we are seeing now is a full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated by the police. And in that investigation, they will, of course, have the government's unwavering cooperation and support. Sometimes it feels to many members of our country that there is one rule for the rich and famous and another rule for the rest of us. But actually, there is only one rule, the rule of law.
118, 115.
Also das, was sie dort offenbart, ist, dass mindestens sie, Bettina Schaus, die Chefredakteurin, und der Intendant Norbert Himmler sich gemeinsam hingesetzt haben und gesagt haben, alles klar, die Albrecht muss weg. Die berufen wir jetzt ab. Und da stellt sich jetzt natürlich die Frage, die wir seit Tagen stellen und die Norbert Himmler nicht beantworten will, wenn er da eingebunden war, wo war er denn noch überall eingebunden? Wenn er in diese Personalie eingebunden war, war er dann in die Kommunikation eingebunden? Wann hat Bettina Schausten ihn informiert? Hat er sich selbst informiert, was seine Aufgabe wäre? Hat er proaktiv gearbeitet und gesagt, Leute, das müsst ihr mir jetzt erklären. Ich will alle Fakten wissen. Wenn er das nicht gemacht hat, wäre schon das ein Grund dafür, nicht mehr zur Wahl anzutreten, beziehungsweise ihn nicht zu wählen. Wenn er es gemacht hat und trotzdem ist diese Kommunikation rausgegangen, dann ist er einfach Teil einer Schutzbehauptung, einer Schutzlüge, ja, zum Schutz von dann mutmaßlich Dunja Hayali, um sie nicht zu beschädigen in ihrem Image. Ja. Ich habe das Gefühl, es geht viel mehr um Dunja Hayali als um die Marke heute. Auch übrigens bedenklich, ja, dass eine Journalismusideologin da beim ZDF schützenswerter inzwischen erscheint mit ihrer menschlichen Marke als das große ZDF selbst, für das weil das wäre ja die erste und nobelste Aufgabe von Norbert Himmler. Norbert Himmler hätte nur eine Aufgabe, zu sagen, okay, Moderation, Chefredakteurin, Korrespondentin, alle weg, wir schützen das ZDF. Das ist meine ganze Aufgabe. Damit bin ich beauftragt. So. Und deswegen, meiner Meinung nach, durch diese Äußerung von Bettina Schausten, stellt sich die Frage, und die muss auch meiner Meinung nach durch politischen Druck aufgeklärt werden. Was wusste Norbert Himmler wann? Woran war er beteiligt? War er an Lügen beteiligt? War er an Aufklärung beteiligt? War er am Weggucken beteiligt? Was wusste er? Im März will er wieder gewählt werden? Ich will vorher diese Fragen beantwortet haben.
Darüber sprechen wir gleich weiter in dieser Runde. Vorher machen wir einen kleinen Hinweis, Pauline, in eigener Sache.
News aus Liebe zur Meinungsfreiheit. Keine Zwangsgebühren, dafür Recherche, Debatte und eine Community, die mitredet. Mit dem Code 10 für 10 bekommen Sie gerade 10 Wochen News für nur 10 €. Nur bis zum 28. Februar. Jetzt klicken news.de/Abo.
So, wir sind weiter beim Thema ZDF und kommen nochmal zu Bettina Schausten. Sie spricht von massiven Kommunikationspannen, die es im Anschluss an den KI-Fake gegeben habe. Das könne man sich nicht noch einmal erlauben.
Das ist ein wichtiger Punkt, ne? Die Kommunikationspannen, die dann, das können wir nicht abschieben. Auch das wird im Haus untersucht, was hätte da besser laufen können, sozusagen in der Ausgabe und Vermittlung dann. Aber wir waren schon erstmal für die Klärung des Sachverhalts zuständig, was ist eigentlich passiert. Und haben unsere Kritiker an der Stelle recht oder haben sie nicht recht. Und das ging leider am Montag zu lange in die falsche Richtung, ist vielleicht auch nicht.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with John Oliver. You're sort of our unofficial royal correspondent.
Yeah.
You've been here on some big event. You were here the day after Prince Philip died.
Yeah, that's right.
Day after the Queen's
you
funeral.
just leave a moment of silence.
Oh, sorry.
He was a huge fan of this show.
He really likes your burnt. and the surprise inspections.
He loved that. He loved like that, yeah, because that was his. That's what he believed you should do to staff.
Exactly.
But now, Prince Andrew.
Yes.
Tough run of things.
Yeah.
Andrew. Sorry, Andrew.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The Andrew formerly known as Prince. Yeah.
He got arrested.
Boy, did he get arrested.
And
now. Yeah. Okay. That's it.
Peter, now,
I'm so glad.
You mentioned this
so
photo.
Glad it happened.
You mentioned this photo in your show last time.
I mean,
do you think based on this photo, he knows he's been arrested?
I think it might be one of the best photos ever taken.
Yeah.
I know it's earlier than in the year, but you know, towards the end of the year, they do kind of photo of the year, and it's often like a frog leaping off a lily pad, or you know, an eagle in flight with something in its mouth.
Yeah.
Sure. Is it going to be better than that?
Also, like, he's got red eye. It's not even everything about it.
Perfect. I would say credit to Range Rover as a car. They're doing something with their windshield that means somehow you can kind of get cameras to shoot the Windsor family at their worst moments.
Yeah.
So beautifully. That 1,000-yard stare with Dr. Evil Hands.
Yeah.
It's just, there's nothing I don't love.
He also looks, it's a little bit like a vampire going back into the coffin. You know what I mean? Just like they just caught him.
Wake me in 8.
He doesn't. It's not the sort of demeanor of a man who feels like he's got these charges beat.
That's what's so satisfying about it, right? Because I think what's been so confounding about the Epstein files is seeing people who feel they're untouchable not being touched.
Yeah.
And I think seeing someone like that in that position is why I love that image so much. I think it's high art.
Yeah.
To the point that someone, I will say this, I believe someone put this up in the Louvre as well.
They hung it for 15 minutes before someone noticed. Yeah.
So I think that's where it belongs. I mean, I think putting it, I know you're not supposed to put it up. Once it's up there, I think any art historian would say, well, before you take it down, let's discuss framing and what that image is saying and whether it does belong here. Plus, the Louvre lost a bunch of items in their recent robbery. At the very least, it's tiding them over.
I don't even think, if you're the Louvre, I wouldn't even take it down. I'd just wait for someone to steal it if you don't like it.
The Louvre's got a lot of filler as well. There's some B- art in there. What's a drop after the winged victory of Samothrace? There's a drop off.
Oh, amen. Wait, how do you feel like? How do you feel his brother has dealt with this? How do you, your king?
No.
Yeah. Former.
Well, I think he has. Well, I mean, right up to this point, they've tried to protect him as much as they can, which is like moving him one step further away all the time. Like in photos, he moved further towards the side. They moved him to the Royal Lodge in Windsor, then thought, oh, maybe we'll put him in Norfolk in Sandringham, always a little bit further away.
I like that I discovered there's always a slightly worse piece of royal real estate.
Yes. The only they care about, well, we're really snubbing him now, he's in Sandringham. That's where the history of scoundrels go. There's hardly any pheasants there. But he released a statement saying, oh, Andrew Mountbatten has been arrested. Like, let's not Andrew Mountbatten it. Now, you don't get to suddenly say some dude called Andy got arrested. It's the brother you've been protecting.
The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congress created the Department of Justice. Congress funds the Department of Justice, and Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of Justice. When will we see justice? I'll tell you what I've not seen. I've not seen any arrests from the revelations in the Epstein files, over 3 million documents describing horrible things, describing unspeakable things, so much of it redacted. Over 24 people have resigned, CEOs, members of government worldwide. But I haven't seen any arrests or investigations here in the United States from this Department of Justice. Prince Andrew, Duke of York, who has since been stripped of his royal titles due to his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein, has been arrested. Peter Mandelson, who previously served as UK's ambassador to the United States, resigned in disgrace from United Kingdom's House of Lords and the Labour Party, and he's been arrested. Former Prime Minister of Norway, Torbjorn Jagland, has been charged. But we don't see any charges, arrests, or investigations in the United States. What do we see? We see our FBI director celebrating in the locker room at the Olympics overseas. It's fine to be proud of this country, but we should be proud of this country because we have a system of justice that works. And yet we do not. Who are the men that should be investigated? I'll name them right here. Leon Black. You don't even have to see past the redactions to see that this man needs to be investigated. Jess Staley, accused of terrible things. It's right there in the files. Why is he not being investigated? And Leslie Wexner, why did the FBI list him as a co-conspirator in their own documents in a child sex trafficking case, and then tell him, according to him, that they had no questions for him? Why is that? Well, the Epstein Files Transparency Act requires the DOJ and the FBI to disclose to us their internal memos and emails about how they made those decisions, whether to prosecute or not prosecute. Yet they have not delivered those memos. And we still don't have the memos and documents and emails from 2008 to explain why Jeffrey Epstein was given such a light sentence in what would have been an open and shut case of child sex trafficking, which allowed him to go back and recommit these terrible crimes, create hundreds of more victims, and ensnare so many other people in his conspiracy. Where are those documents that describe those decisions? We need justice. We want the Department of Justice to get to work, and that's what they need to do now.
125.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to let the American people know that this government is under siege. All three branches of this government is under siege by lobbyists and lawyers from a German company named Bayer. They spent over $9 million lobbying the executive branch and the legislative branch so that they don't have to be liable for any damages that their herbicide causes, otherwise known as Roundup. And they're having some success. Now, they haven't had any success yet in this chamber to get that immunity. They've had some success in the state legislatures, which are also under siege, to get this immunity from liability. Look, the Constitution guarantees people a trial if they've been harmed. Why are we contemplating going against the Constitution? The Attorney General has opined favorably for this German company in front of the Supreme Court about getting rid of any liability that they should have for any damages.
He's 127.
Most recent thing that we've seen, the executive branch. By the way, the President's Chief of Staff and the President's Attorney General worked for one of the biggest lobbying firms that's received hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars from Bayer.
He's the best.
And maybe that's why we've seen an executive order that says that the production of this chemical from this German company is a national defense priority. And we know why they're doing that. It's to keep them from having any liability. Everybody in this country deserves their day in court. This is wrong. We shouldn't succumb to the lobbyists, not in the executive branch, not in the judicial branch, and certainly not here in Congress, and not in the state legislatures. But there's a lot of money at play. And I implore my colleagues to resist it and do not give them immunity. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the woman from Minnesota, Ms. Morrison, for 5 minutes.
Strength is going to be 128. Okay, now he's going to change to speed. Let me double check that. Now he's going to go speed, yeah, plus, because he's capped. Looks good. Looks good to me. Save the game. Double check. He's speed plus in 128. 97.
I suppose whatever the phenomenon that we are about to examine is precisely, we are on the side of the guilty, I think, rather than the innocent. Because if we're to ask questions about why the support for or interest in Ukraine has waned, so well, I'm not sure support has, but interest in Ukraine's battle against Russia has waned so markedly in the 4 years since it started, then the media will obviously be part of the answer to that question. If you think back to Brexit, right? Not in a critical way yet. Don't send me the messages complaining that I keep reminding you how stupid you were in 2016. But have we ever felt as unified as a country and as a continent?
They do it. They sneak it
as we did in the immediate aftermath of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. You think back to the consensus in
one more
Parliament.
level,
Nigel
and then
Farage, of
everyone's
course,
level 99.
wasn't in Parliament at the time, and he continues to consider Vladimir Putin to be the most admirable politician on the planet, to the point, I suppose, where
there's one more level until I'm level 99 in every character. He's level 98. Still no. Alright. Yeah, 98. Speed plus 2. Wow. This is like the last level we're ever gonna gain. In FF6. Till next time. Keep going. What?
enough dinosaurs. We did it. I'm level 99 in all the characters. And Jeff learned quick. Yeah, take a little picture. There, we did it. Whoops. I wanted to hear that part of the song. Okay, so what this means is we just finished the save. So come over to this guy and say remove all party members equipment. And then make my favorite party. Mod. Like that? Maybe. It's pretty fun. It can also involve Locke or Jeff. That's pretty much the party. Proceed. Okay, so what this means is espers. Take all the espers off. Oh yeah, and people should sort of cap Raiden, but like, I don't think we need to, do we? We should go cap the other things. I don't think we all need to cap Raiden yet. I guess. Because the others aren't capped, I don't think we should cap it, because we got all those others to cap. Cap them all together, maybe. Or we'll cap it after I come back there. Oh yeah, stat check. It's fine. 128, 128. That's pretty good. 128, 111. 128, 128. 128, 121. 128, 128. 128, 128. 124. 127, 128, 128, 128, 122, 128, 128, 128. What is that? Why is it 115? Oh yeah, because Mog starts off at a higher level. He struggles a bit. 115 is might cap Raiden. We might not. Depending on how I feel next time we come. We might not cap Raiden. We might cap Raiden. Anyway, whether we cap Raiden or not, we're saving him. And then here's the idea. Save it, file 1. Like that. Yep. And that's the 99. And then when I do all of the monsters in the boxes and defeat all of the espers and cap all the espers, I'm gonna save it on file 19 here. We're not supposed to save over my first Narsh Mines file, but I don't care. It's fine. And that's way file 19 and file 20 will be the completed files for both avenues I took. And file 1, we can replay it with the monsters in the boxes. Unless I want to like come through here and take one of these. Like we might be able to take file 9. Just fucking take it. Probably shouldn't. I think what I'm gonna do is save 19 here, because it's in Narsh Mines. That's the beginning of the game. We're just like, yeah, I spent 9 hours grinding it, but I don't know, I'll have to think about it. This save was only an hour between these two saves. I think I might actually, like, try and figure something out there. I don't know. I don't like that, though, because it breaks the flow of everything. I feel like we should just resave on Narsh Mines. Fuck it, I don't care. I'm gonna resave it on Narsh Mines. That's like the one save we should keep, and I'm fucking it up. It's kind of what I meant to do. I'll think about it more and more on. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Can we use... Okay. Let's do this the hard way then. To sleep once. All right, let's just. I feel like this is the. This is the save. Where we don't have Raiden totally capped. I think we're just gonna leave it like that so it looks legit. And then we'll just go cap everything else later. Okay, so get back into my favorite party. Now save one. Quick save. Check everyone's stats. It's a pretty damn legit save. I don't think we're gonna cap off Raiden's learning either. We're gonna go open up all the boxes, and then we're gonna cap off everyone's Espers at the same time, including Raiden. I could cap Raiden right now, but it looks more legit if we go, oh yeah, that's where we stopped. It just sort of looks legit. It's not just about being legit, it's also looking legit. So, there we go. Quick save. Now, I do have 999 stats on this one. Load file 20 first, real quick. If you load file 20, if you think I missed capping stats, these guys are all capped. Oh, and I didn't... Okay, hold on a second. Are we equipped? Oh yeah, we're equipped with stuff. Let me fix this save. Actually, not where I want to be with the save. Actually, gonna fix this save right now. I forgot to heal everybody up when we were last here. Same thing. Not done yet. Item, tent. Oh, see, 99 tents. I did get the 99 tents. These members, 999 for everyone. Except for censor. Right, my bro is with us. Use a tent. It's Final Fantasy. Status. Everyone is all 999s now. Right, and these guys are all capped at 110 and 111, and they have mad agility speed. That's right, I remember now, and that's sort of the true way. Oh, you can wear force armor. That's cool. Dragonhorn Dragon Boots. That's right, I have on there. Fixed dice. Actually, I want Shadow to be Raiden, and I want Setzer to be Bahamut. Crusader Phoenix. Save. And we didn't grab Ragnarok yet in this game either, I don't think. I don't think so. Unless we did. No, I think we did. Let me see if we grab Ragnarok. Yes, we do it. We did grab Ragnarok. I should probably have that on. I do have multiple weapons. There you go. Genji glove? I wanted to do Excalibur Ragnarok. It's a pretty good choice. Royal Crown. Alright, save the game. No, wait, check this out. I'm not gonna save it in the wrong spot here, don't worry. Oops, quit. Shadow's gear's a little silly, but that's just fine. Save the game and save it on save 20 where it belongs. That's all 999s, and then load in file 1 here. And this one's all capped. This one's all caps, and we don't worry about it. Whatever, don't worry. And then we'll get out of here. Whatever it is, that's what it is. That's what we got. It's sort of just like, if you want any more than that, we're gonna have to wait for a long time. This is basically done. Now we can just go head out and do all the monsters in a box. Next live stream, I'm gonna go do all the monsters in a box, and then level all of the espers on all of my characters, and then save it on save 19 there. And before we save over save 19, I'll copy the save, and we should be good. That's an even better idea. We'll copy it just for backup. Next time. I'm the glorious Lord Erickson Krona, the Seneschal of the Ingot House, the author of QAnon, the Fire Major Guru as seen on YouTube. Of the name Battlemaster Gladiator Field Marshal Anaxagoras of the Alliance. By the venom of evil, this is DJ Real Draw. Farewell. As we say from Digital Utopia, where I grew up, farewell. And save the game. Next time, we open all the monsters in the boxes, level all the espers, and kill Kefka, the final boss of the bad guys. Again, we actually already did that on this save. Don't worry about it. We did a 6-hour stream. I'm going to go take a break, and then we're going to go finish up, I think. I'm not even going to go to sleep. I'm just going to go finish whatever we just started.